Welcome to today's edition of Viewer Levels. We're going to begin with Optic, having come in right at the beginning of the stream. And as requested, we're going to take a look at your Super World, since we have nobody else in the queue anyway. We typically run Super Worlds in chunks of at least 15 to 20 minutes or so, if not more, depending on the length of the levels. But if nobody's coming in anytime soon, we could just keep going. So, congratulations on 800 likes. Let's take a look. And hopefully you don't need to make any edits along the way that will eject my progress all the way back to the start. But I'm sure we'll manage. Okay, so World 1, 5 lives. Let's see it. The Super World is not getting touched again? Okay. You say that now, but let's find the soft locks. Goombas and Goomerats. Okay, let's get warmed up here. Oh, I should have taken... That's okay, we can go on the right side. I know it's technically optional, but we do optional content around here. We'll be looking for 3 pink coins. Nearly got dunked by this. But we'll see what's here. Okay. There we go. And oh, that's a nice mechanism here that you have the switch dependent on a P-switch. Although, of course, after that expires, I noticed that you can wall jump on either side, which is perfectly fine. I guess the timer would be consistent with it expiring in the off state. And even if it were in the on state, that would also be reachable, so that's fine. Notice that it now has switched the entire level to off, though, which also blocks this off. That's nice, actually. A good way of making this a one-time bonus screen. I have rarely seen people do that in terms of gating off bonus screens in traditional layouts. There's a bit of a blind fall there, but we'll work with it. Yeah. I feel like these blocks that you have, they do feel low. I think it's generally because I expect Nintendo to have them one block higher up, and so I always get the sense that I'm getting dunked by them. Whoops. Zed here does not work well if you have the flower because of what just happened. Also, I can't see the floor here, so we'll just have to chance it. And every level you're telling me has 3 star coins. Yeah, I figured that's what the large coins are about. I totally didn't pick up as much as I could have. Okay, that's fine. I only noticed the flagpole as I was running on top of it. But let's keep going. And yeah, 10, 30, 50 for the 3 star coins. I actually do that in a few of my levels as well, and I've seen a couple of people do that, and I think it works pretty well as a way of signaling something similar to how the NSMB series works, where you can kind of tell from the coins you have obtained which ones you are missing in which order. I was kind of like that idea. Whoops, no. On the second level already, that was very careless. But that's nothing a couple of coins can't fix. And maybe let's not be such daredevils this time, although it looks like this is probably the optional path. Whoop. That's what happens when you scroll off camera and don't look at where you're going. Alright, might as well just grab that one up since we are in a Super World. This time we'll actually watch where we're going on the way down. I mean, we can just fall in from the top side as well, as long as we read that the pipe is a few blocks over, directly over this guy, in fact. We can just dunk him and take this down. Okay, this just resets in the the event that you need it. I guess you just jump on one and then on the other. Whoop. Which is why there's a reset. Rather generously. Guess we could do a little bit of triple jumping here too, but we'll grab the coin. Yeah, interesting to see that after so many games, the coin collection format in NSMB is going to be retired at last in Wonder. Yeah, as you see, the spacing feels good. It's the other ones that were just directly on the third tile that felt like they were a bit of a surprise bonk. Well, this is very reminiscent of... I mean, this is perfectly reasonable, but it is reminiscent of the worst level in Super Mario World, which is way cool. Okay, I couldn't quite see where I was going on the camera there. Again, checking the camera position of where the player can and cannot see the floor is kind of critical sometimes, but because that's not something that's obvious from just laying things out in the Maker mode. You don't think there's a single soft block? Yeah, we'll see. I believe you, but you never know. I tend to find things, let's just say. And not necessarily intentionally, just as a consequence of my playstyle. Alright. Yeah, we can do this the slow way. I feel like I wasn't supposed to pop that. Okay, that worked. Maybe not very comfortably, but it did work. We get a power up? No, we won't. And okay, so there's a track down there. I don't know how temporary that... Oh, no. Okay, we probably can still fall in. Double twirl, and up we go. Yeah, sometimes there are a lot of situations like this where I am very conscious of the fact that I can't see the floor. So, it is a bit of a leap of faith depending on my camera positioning coming in from up top. Oh, I suppose the intention was to ride the bottom one over. Okay, fine. And Leech, welcome. Yeah, and Elite, we are playing a traditional Super World right now, but we won't take too long with it. I usually do them in kind of 15 to 20 minute chunks before moving on to the next level, so there might be one level after this one before we get you, but we will get to you soon enough. What are we doing? Oh yes, we just need to drop this guy out. That's simple enough. As long as we ride this through. There we go. Awesome Lamp, welcome. And yeah, I'm pretty exacting about, whoops, talking about level design while I play. It doesn't necessarily mean that, you know, something needs to be urgently repaired or re-uploaded or something. It's usually just things to consider for future levels. And that's the way it should be taken. Okay, like I said, we're only about 10 minutes in, so we can probably do one or two more quickly and then move on to the next submission. Since this is just World 1 anyway, it makes sense to do it as a chunk. Acorn Airship 1B, we haven't done 1A, I don't think. Anyway, got a mole gunner here, let's see what this is all about. Squirrel. Yeah, I guess everything here is in NSMB, right? If I... You know, this... Yeah, you had to encounter that 10 coin from below with the squirrel, I believe. Then here, oh, custom scroll is going to give you a bit of a push. And here's the squirrel again. And we'll just ride this out. I This looks like it's a grab and boost. There we go. Owl block over there. Yeah, we can grab it. Nope. No, we can't. Probably a secret hidden behind that. We probably could have gone ahead and approached it from the right side too if I thought of doing it earlier. But we'll see. Yeah, maybe something useful in conjunction with using POW, but oh, it's more squirrel, that's fine. We can do without it. And we'll just stay up here. Avoid the seesaw issue entirely. 50 coin. Oh, I guess we now need to drift down this way, and that was a bad idea. We should have done it from the right side. More space. Oh, B means bonus. Okay, I assumed that maybe there was an A and a B. Oh, whoops. Terribly careless. Okay, so you've got a few levels that are not in SMBU. I see. I should try to find a time to replay NSMB Wii and U before Wonder comes out. Not necessarily on stream, but just as a casual thing. I did replay NSMB on DS earlier this year, which was a very interesting experience because I hadn't touched it in well over a decade. Oops. And the most interesting thing about playing NSMB on DS now is you can see all of the ideas that didn't survive to later entries in the series. You know, things that were never represented in Mario Maker or the later NSMB games. Yeah, you're supposed to boost up here with a squirrel, obviously. We're gonna do this with a twirl. There we go. We can do that too.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
Yeah, we're still early in this, so we'll try to finish it quickly, and then we'll... I don't particularly feel like doing a baseball game. We don't care too much about the lives and the game overs, we're just taking it casually, so... Yeah, I mean, you don't need to tell me if the 50 coin is from the right. It's the level's job to tell me, right? And of course, this being auto-scroll, if I just waited a little bit, that would have been obvious, but sometimes you don't quite know something is time pressure or not. But yeah, I think it's always important to design for players who are not in the room with you. And interesting that you can't actually enter these pipes even though they look like they should be connected. But then if we go through one of these, it'll probably eject you out of the yellow one. Of course I tried yellow first because that seemed to make the most sense to me, but there's probably some pipe that we already didn't try. I find all of the water themes to be rather pretty in these, actually. You know what? Let's scroll around a bit more. Let's try to see what's going on with that pipe. We need to go into the subworld through another pipe first. We tried all of these. We tried this one. Surprisingly, it does not connect. Did I actually check the red one? I don't know if I did. Okay. But if we go down through the blue, then we have it. And we just have a little 10 coin room here. L64, welcome. And yeah, you don't need to tell me there's a hidden blue pipe to start. We'll try to find it ourselves when we explore. I mean, the way I see it, you know, part of the whole point of getting people to play your stuff is so you can get a read on what they do or don't see, right? And how some things are being read completely different from how you intended. We will, of course, hit the P-switch first to grab the 30 coin. From here. Ejects a couple more flowers for you. Okay, this doesn't lock you because you can go through the pipe. I see. On the other hand, if you decide to stand inside the P-blocks, you know what? It probably is fine. I believe it just kicks you out, but we're going to try it. We're going to try it. Oh, whoops. No, not like that. I see, and that just gets you out, and good thing we hit the P-switch, because otherwise that would have been a sticky situation. B-minutes, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Okay, so let's try this again. We're just going to mess around a little bit because we can. Whoops. So, how well do we know our Mario Maker? What happens here? Should just... Well... Nope, that's a lock. Okay, now we know. And it's a very deliberate self-lock, but of course if your timing is a little off as you're scrambling in and out, that does happen. And Beebin has added your maker code? Yeah, we haven't played one of yours in quite a while, so looking forward to that. Is that pixel perfect? Not really. I mean, all I did was just hug the ceiling, right? Anyway, we'll speed through it. Curiosity killed the Mario. Even when he's not a cat. Yeah, this was the last one we'll do before moving on to the next one. I know we're right at the end of World 1, but... like I said, when we do Super World, we try to do the 15 to 20 minute chunks. That's not the way to do it. That just unlocks... Ah, okay. Let's see. Nice little scroll stop illusion for the top half. But we'll need to work our way around all this blooping. And get out. Probably is something at one of those pipes, but we won't see it. Oh yeah, for sure. Well, I guess we can check a bunch of them individually until we are satisfied. But with the blooper swimming here, nah, let's not. Anyway, we'll move on to the next mission after this. I believe the leech will be next. You did say last version was going to be final, but that's what you say every week, yeah, before I break something.
Oh yeah, Mario time!
But glad you've been able to stay with us at the wee hours consistently, Mail64. And thank you for that, Optic. We will continue this next time you submit your code. Unless you want me to play something else, of course. But we'll eject you out of the queue, and you're quite welcome to queue back in if you think you can stay that late. Let me just remove you from here first. And yeah, send it back in. Okay, the leech. I usually get people to check in and chat, but the leech, I think, dropped me a direct message, so... I believe you're here. B-minutes, you're on the Thunder Dungeon in Tears of the Kingdom. Yeah, that was actually the first one I did. Dozens of hours into the game instead of hundreds. Alright, the leech, so let me know if you want me to play something in particular, otherwise I will assume that you want me to see the latest. I'll have to wait for a message on that. Wow, a lot of people playing this meat grinder. Oh, with no clears, no wonder. No, that's uncleared bait, apparently. Anyway, we'll take a look at the latest one. Only a contortionist can fit through that. That doesn't sound good, considering it's a single screen with a 1 minute 39 record. I see, so it's a kind of precision jumping thing. You would suggest avoiding caved in. Okay, let's not do that one then. Made for gathering information on how people approach 3D World speedrunning. We can do that, although we wouldn't expect to clear it, I guess. The box. Let's try the box. This looks like an avoid the mushroom test. It's 3 seconds, though. Maybe a lot of repetition. Yeah, I don't know. There's one in particular that you'd like me to see, but failing that, let's see a test. Maybe it's an interesting test. Box. Same setup. Okay. Sorry, we'll just test something. We'll play the test. There's no clear on this. I don't expect to clear it, but we might as well provide some information. And that'd be minutes. You want me to pick one that looks fun? Okay. Oh, I see. Okay. How you approach speed running? I actually don't know this jump. No, this is just a... Okay, no, this is just a good old... Yeah, that's standard. That's not something surprising. Oh, I see, because it's based on the time. Yep, I see. You got super close. $14. Oh, that little bump there is going to give me problems. Okay. Oh, no, that's a problem. Well, we didn't see the flagpole. We can try a few things here until we do see the flagpole. And this is just playtesting data, I suppose. We'll exit out of some of the goofs immediately. Like that one. Okay. Losing a lot of horizontal momentum on some of this. That's not a good idea. Let's not do that. Like I said, this is uncleared. I do not expect to clear it, but we'll try to do something that looks like progress. Yeah, the opening long jump is probably fine. We'll go down. I actually don't know this jump. It's not going to be a long jump. It's not just going to be a jump and a twirl. I think you have to wall jump off the left side. Hang on. Yeah, hopefully this is still a useful playtest for you here. Oop. Yeah, so we need a better method for this. I was hoping to wall jump off the left side, but that might not be it. Maybe we just need to be at the very peak of the long jump. But we won't know until we get back to it. Nope. Hang on. Yeah, unfortunately, when I get there, there's not enough time to actually try that jump to see what we're doing. Yeah, lost a bit of time here. So hopefully I can at least manage that jump. That would be a good benchmark to aim for. Oops, nope. That's going to set me back quite a bit. Nope. Yeah, it is going to be a wall jump off the left side. I think maybe we should... instead of going off the left side, actually fall in and then do a more accurate long jump just starting from the bottom. I don't know if that makes sense. I feel like the wall jump there loses time. Nope, still no flagpole. Quicker strat than wall jump. Oops, I'll have to figure that out. Yeah, I figured it might be something like an edge jump. I don't do edge jumps well, so I guess it's necessary for time. Could be tuned pretty tightly for all I know. I mean, yeah, see, going off the edge there, not really something I'm doing well. Whoops. Yeah, it would be interesting to see what techniques people have come up with for this. Sure. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, quite a lot of finesse to the jump physics that I don't necessarily know even after all this time playing this game. Oh, no. Yeah. Unfortunately, if you fail the first jump there, you lose enough time that you really don't get another shot. But the thing is, if you are that late in the level to begin with and losing that much time, you're bound for failure anyway, so. But in general, I'm just thinking in terms of long jump, high jump. I guess, I don't know if that's faster than falling down first. I don't think it is. I think that burns a lot of time. Oh. The little dash boost. It's kind of interesting too. And yeah, that's just angle deflection from bonking the ceiling. That's a big problem. So. We have to see. I definitely need to change my method there, though. Comes late enough that usually... See, trying to do a bit of a short jump there to avoid hitting the ceiling and follow it with a twirl. Looks like it might just barely get you there. If we don't get deflected by the ceiling. Whoops. Looks like it should work. I'm beginning to see how the angle actually does fit. It doesn't intuitively look like it should fit, but perhaps it does. Okay. Not quite. Okay, we saw that gap, which I suppose is a little further along. Still losing too much time on that one ledge. Okay. Let's just not deal with it. Yeah, it gets me about as far. We lose too much time in that, basically. I mean, I shouldn't be falling all the way down to the floor, obviously. I don't know if people who ground pound cancel or something towards the wall might do a little bit better, but yeah, it seems like the wall jump strategy is going to be slow anyway, no matter how you approach it. This is obviously not going to be the attempt, but just figure this out. You have to go right off the edge. You're telling me with a short jump and enough momentum you can make it across. Yeah, I guess you'd kind of need to be in the boost animation at the point. And welcome, Squink. Thank you for the submission. Looking forward to it. We'll give this a few more attempts just to see if we can figure out something clean on that jump. No. Not yet, we can't. Hey, we actually exposed that wall on the right side this time. That's a little bit closer. That actually does make that my best attempt, miraculously. Yeah, we need to not lose too much forward momentum on these upward twirls. Nope, the head bonk once again getting in the way. Need to get a lot shorter on that jump. Hey, it's a new record. Look at that. We're actually improving. Yeah, maintaining momentum going into the vertical jumps is really important. No. Still haven't managed that. But we're doing better and better there. I guess up to that point. We'll give it a few more tries. Okay. Again, absolutely no expectation I'd clear this, but it's a bit of a test to see how we'll do. And it reveals player behavior, which is important. That is kind of a new record, but we almost landed there that time. That was just something new. Despite the time loss on that one jump that we still haven't mastered. Hey, look at that. That's the best one yet. Oh, we're going to lose tons of time there. Should have just gone up with the high jump as before, but that actually is the record at this point. That's my record anyway. It's a short jump. We finally managed it, which is a major landmark accomplishment for me here, so I'll feel like I accomplished something. Nope, bonked the ceiling again. We'll try to maybe accomplish that one more time, and then we'll get out of here. Okay. There we go. Oops, nope, that was a big mistake. Yeah, we'll just try to make that jump one more time, just to get something going here. I want to do too many long jumps in some cases. Whoops, completely fell off that time. I was trying to edge jump. Trying to do a short bounce at the edge, and we just completely flubbed it. And yeah, we'll definitely look at more info at the end, too. See just how far off we are. Given a timer, I can't imagine we'd be too far back. It's really that one jump in the middle that's killing everything. Here, see? Yeah, that's the one that's the run killer. Let's take a look. And look at a clear check. The clear check is right on the boundary. There's actually a fair bit more. We're quite a ways off. Look at the passages too. So we're kind of stuck on the last two thick columns there, where I accidentally wall jumped instead of jumping above. And you can see that you've got a choice of paths where you have to have quite a bit of finesse either way. I don't know if it's going to be the top or the bottom path that's better optimized. I'm sure they both were pretty thoroughly tested. But I don't even know which of those, looking at them, I would have attempted given the choice. But yeah, we were actually way, way off, so. Well, hope you get a good first clear to look at. I hope you actually get to see the first clear when it comes. And maybe that was informative, so. Thank you very much for that. Let's take a look. And mark that definitely as a loss, even though we don't track those stats. And that's just shorthand for clearing the level out of the way. Awesome lamp. Newest level, yeah. Okay. What have you got? Toad Town Sewers. Hammer Bros have stolen the keys to the castle and have hidden in the sewers. Let's see it. The raid might be fairly relaxed, who knows? Let's see what we'll do with this. Probably not that, but yeah, we probably should have just used it to jump over, but that's okay, we can do it with the other one. Yeah, I knew that was coming, but that's okay. What if we place this guy here? Nope, not quite. After playing so many NSMB and 3D World levels, I'm still in twirl mode, even in the Super Mario theme. Super Mario World theme, I should say. I guess it's kind of a coin collection high score challenge in some ways, or, well, just a relaxed exploration level. So far as we can tell. Due to limitations, Goombas will be standing in for Toads, yeah. We even bounce on them the same way. Okay, this down here. Couldn't see the floor, but you know, we'll trust in the clear raid. I bet, okay, I guess these dotted line doors are mostly just cosmetic, right? You don't actually get a P-switch. Link them together. I actually don't think I've really seen them used for aesthetic purposes all that often, but I guess that's because it precludes you from using a P-switch. We will obviously check this. It looks like it's supposed to go underwater. B minutes, you're asking for Green Mario? Yeah. That will begin with the next attempt.
Oh yeah.
Anyway, the hammers are going to be somewhere down here, according to rumor. And yeah, aesthetic waterways here. Water pouring from above. I've seen that in a couple of levels in the traditional format before, but it's always fun to see that particular effect with the limited artistic palette that we have here in Maker 2. Oh, thought I was going to jump down. That's okay. It's alright if he doesn't. I don't mind. $10 coin down there. I wonder what that's about. It's a Smurf village, but with toads. Yeah, I know. And only one Smurfette. That seemed a little bit risky. Ramming into him and getting the Goom to slice through the hammers like that, but we'll take it. Oh. Alright. Okay. See? That's what toads are good for, apparently. I mean, we have the key, we'll just kill them all anyway. And let's see what's in here. More keys, okay. We'll take that too. And cycling back to the checkpoint because, of course, we're expected to go back up above to unlock something else. Whoops, nope, killed it. It's too bad. That's okay. There's more where that came from. And this is the key, but we will explore first. Said we will explore first. Because why not? There you go. Wasn't that much more satisfying? B-Minutes, am I interested in Starfield? Yeah, I'll probably get to it eventually. And by eventually, I mean maybe a few years from now. I am interested, but also severely backlogged. It might be something fun for when I next have a big PC hardware upgrade. But yeah, it's not something I'll be streaming anytime soon, because I'm not equipped for it. Okay, thank you for the GG and for the level. Awesome lap. Nail 64. Okay. You're telling Squink that I might recognize this one. Oh, I guess that's also been seen elsewhere along the viewer level pub crawl lately. Explored mine up in the sky. Yeah, let's see how we do this time. Let's not get dunked by anything in the last fight. Try to break it if I can, yeah. We'll see. I remember the falling blasters in the final fight was the issue I had with this previously, but right, and this was the squirrel route up top. I probably can't tell what's been revised, but we'll see. And yeah, we took the propeller down below previously. But we'll see if there are any other additional routes that I might want to look for. Those coins are really kind of for their own satisfaction. You know what? Why don't we just bump this guy up here? I keep jumping over him, of course, because I want to get hit on the side by him, but there we go. That was satisfying. It's a little miniature challenge here where we try to we'll just slide down and across, yeah. Break this and muncher. Whoops. Wasn't wise. Object, you might not be typing as much. Yeah, perfectly fine. Come on. Up we go. Good thing that mushroom stays in place. It's really around the boss that there's been changes, yeah. That seemed to be the main concern anyway, you know, especially with how you get out of there when it comes to the on-off switch pattern, the falling blasters, etc. I remember that being the main concern in the previous version. But we'll see how it differs. As well zip past some of this stuff then. And past that guy too, I guess, if we really care to do so. Okay, maybe not the cleanest way to do it, but take it. Open up. Ah, I see. Muncher comes in this way and loads into this position. Oh, that seemed to work differently than it did before, because then why did we see the Muncher in this position previously? And not this time? I guess maybe if the break happens at a different track position. Yeah, I don't know what happened last time for the Muncher to be loaded here instead. It must have been the timing of the scroll break, or something with my camera positioning. I'm not sure, because I can't see how it's laid out. Okay, this opens up. In case you're trapped on the left side again. Much as a timer, it has weird interaction with the mechanism to break the wall. Okay. I'm not sure I can necessarily read that as a timer, given that you know, it's just hid it away from you anyway. You don't really interact with it. These spikes here look a little difficult to spot. Sure, why not? Ah, yes, there's a little shop area. Let's take everything. Sure, why not? As we can. Drop Yoshi and squirrel away. And also hit the spikes. Oh, you're playing with power. The mantra will open the path in case the wind is hard to handle. Oh, I see. So it's kind of a relief timer, basically, as a little crutch for players who happen to be particularly struggling. Okay. Yeah, it wasn't clear to me what it was doing just from inspecting it myself, but I guess it's meant to be just something you have going on in the background. Ah, yes, this thing here. We previously decided to sneak in up here to see you, and that's just ceiling, so I know that from having seen the bonus room finally. Alright, sure, we'll do this. What if Yoshi could just... yeah, I don't think we're getting that. That's okay. Now, here's the thing. Yoshi, I think, has not outlived his purpose because you can go down here. Alright, that's fine. Oh, I see, and... Ah, you were telling me that there was a way to do a fast drop if you activate a P-switch. You know what? We have a helmet. We don't even worry about this stuff that much, do we? Having the Yoshi float is certainly beneficial here. That's okay. Oh. Will Yoshi come back, or is he permanently... Oops. I guess he's just trapped, poor guy. Well, so much for him. Okay. Nope. Hug the wall too closely when we boost. And yeah, I think that's just another squirrel on the right side. We saw that previously. Just continue. Yoshi being stuck like that is kind of sad, yeah. Not the way he wanted to go. Anyway, we have a squirrel. I actually kind of wonder what Yoshi would be able to disable or interact with here if we had some way of getting him here. I think we should be able to, given that the previous section was just a drop. Oh yeah, we'll just continue. This is a bit of a chase until we can fight him properly. Just sit here. Oh, oops, totally plugged that. Would have been nice to just do a squirrel cling throughout the whole shell phase, but it's not. Oh, can't really approach him when he's there, so... Whoops, that was poorly aimed. We'll just stall up here until we're content, but I guess we need to wait for him to come back out before we play. Oh, we'll wait for one more cycle. By the looks of it. If we can bop him there, but there we go. James D, welcome. Yeah, let's not touch that muncher from the side. That looks doable but unpleasant. You didn't know about sliding being such a... Havoc? A hawk? I'm not sure exactly. you meant to say there? Hack, I see, okay. Yeah, I should have been able to figure that out. Oh, in terms of timing for that drop near the beginning, I see. I mean, if we drop on the right side, I guess maybe we don't potentially have those issues with blasters. They're falling pattern, so yeah, we're gonna raise the limit here. This will have, oh yeah, one-way panels. Oop. That was a very near thing. Not that this does anything, we're just spamming for the sake of spamming. Well, the wall jump positioning feels more generous than it used to be. Maybe I'm just playing better today. Whoops. And this continues. Okay, so yeah, this bit of a timed gate here. Yeah, and I kind of worry about the blaster drop on our way back up, but...
Oh.
Okay, got bounced around a little bit. That's okay, we'll retry it. Your classroom flooded due to the crazy rain. Oh, yeah, I guess... all of the students returning from Burning Man, right? By boat. Actually makes me think of those desert hovercrafts that you can make with the sleds in Tears of the Kingdom. That would have been useful, right? Just sled your way out of Burning Man. Okay. Good, we didn't get shot in the face by that guy. You cancel school on Tuesday and Wednesday. I guess that's more streaming. Well, great way to start the year. I guess it's not very critical if it's at the early weeks. Anyway, I guess you started in earlier mid-August on your schedule, didn't you? Because I've seen so many different academic schedules in my lifetime that I always have to keep straight, you know, which one is where. Oop.
Oh.
Going straight for that was not wise. It looked like it should have worked, I just didn't aim very well. Let's actually hit these. That might be beneficial, okay. We're already halfway through the first quarter, yeah. Well, extra extended Labor Day weekend, I suppose. Anyway, down we go. But yeah, we'll be changing up some stream content a little bit over here as well. I just finished everything I wanted to do in Pikmin 4 a couple days ago, so 2 days ago. So that's freed up a bit of a spot, especially because we've been slowing down with Zelda into post-game and just revisiting it on a very sporadic basis. So we'll have some more content coming. Some of it will be more Mario Maker. Speaking of which, it's the 8th anniversary of Mario Maker 1 in 2 days' time. And I don't know if I'll get my Wii U set up for that, if I can stream that day. Because it was a lot of fun to stream a lot of Maker 1 the last time I did it. In early 2022, I think it was. Okay, so we need to drag Lemmy down to a usable position again. Let's bait him down somehow without getting slapped by bullets. Oh, whoa. Bad idea. But yeah, because you just get dunked if you try to approach him from the side. So I do have to bait him down somehow without getting hit by the bullets. And in general, I think jumping on top of the bullets and then on top of the bouncing balls is the method that's preferred. We should just wait for that lineup, but Maker 1 is still online, yes. You cannot upload any new levels. You haven't been able to for some time. Since, I think, March of 21, uploading was disabled. But Maker 1 is still completely playable. There were a lot of Wii U online services, like Mario Kart and Splatoon 1, that were interrupted earlier this year due to some kind of security issue, I think. But that was restored as well, so as far as I know, Wii U online services do work fine. They'll die someday, but we kind of have to treasure what we can access in Maker 1 while we can, I suppose. And there are a few people who do stream Maker 1 from time to time. Many of you know Zero Planes, for instance. He's actually been doing some uncleared Mario Maker 1 streams from time to time. And yeah, Maker 1 feels very different in some ways just because of, well, the aesthetics in particular, and some of the mechanics as well, and so I found it to be a very unique experience last time I streamed it. A mix of old anniversary projects and puzzle levels. Okay, let's not bump him that high. Like, we do want to jump on a bullet and then onto a ball. Yeah. And just respawn the mushroom by standing on the right whenever possible. Stand on the right. Yeah, this guy's still a bit finicky to position, but... No, hang on. Mushroom, please. Yeah, as long as we're always in position to get another mushroom, getting hit is okay, but finding a position that'll allow me to actually approach him. There we go. Finally got a wall jump. It probably should be done by wall jump generally, not like that, of course, because he's still spiky, but I was testing the height. You actually want to bait out the projectile on one side and then jump over on the other side, perhaps. Oh. We're in big trouble. Oh. Your favorite Maker 1 level was the Mission Impossible level? Yeah, that's a very famous one. Very widely played. It was on the top charts for years. I know exactly which one you're talking about, which was a music level that used the amiibo costumes to simulate a Mission Impossible style heist or breakout or team effort. There were a lot of great amiibo-based concepts and story concepts in general in Maker 1 that just aren't possible in this game. Despite the level design for most of the active community being much more polished in Maker 2, I do feel like it lost out on a significant player community just by not providing for the aesthetic element of Maker 1 quite as well. It's actually amazing how much the amiibo costumes mattered. Amazing in retrospect. Whoops. That was a bit of a glancing over at chat jump in terms of its lack of success. Use Ness. Yeah, one moment, I have to... grab something. Yeah. Hang on. No, I just got a DM from the lead who for some reason can't chat in the main window. About whose channel was doing some uncleared Maker 1. It's Zero Planes. Let me give him a shout out, actually. Because he used to raid us quite a bit when I was playing this game more regularly. Actually, one of the first people I knew in Maker seen on Twitch. So. Yeah, he does a kind of a mix of uncleared Maker 2 and uncleared Maker 1 nowadays, I think. And a lot of people here I know came over from his stream in the first place. Okay. Yeah. The thing about Maker 1 is that because it's basically dormant as a category at this point. There are a lot of people who stream in the Maker 2 category who will play Maker 1 from time to time. I think Snowbear does that actually as well. That every now and then she'll just load up Maker 1 but stay on the Maker 2 tag on Twitch. Yeah, because I guess the Pokemon trainer in Smash didn't have an amiibo, and Pokemon amiibo support for licensing reasons was always a little bit different from everybody else's amiibo support, right, in terms of Nintendo's IPs. But yeah, it's amazing how different Maker 1 feels in retrospect. I'm sure, you know, eventually on the next generation of hardware, when there's eventually a Maker 3 of some sort, that will be feeling the same way about things that have changed from Maker 2, that, you know, some tech that we have now is certainly going to break or not return in the same form. Although there will be many new possibilities to somewhat balance that out. I mean, Pokemon are reasonably sentient. I guess they're not necessarily strategists, but I don't see why Pokemon can't just train and control each other, in theory. I don't know enough about Pokemon to really say that definitively, of course, because there probably is some kind of important Pokemon-related lore reason, or ethical reason why that can't be done. Whoops. That was nearly successful. Yeah, we need to bait out the balls. Nope, nope. Wrong side. Yeah, we can't really jump towards the same side that our projectiles are coming to. And Mail64, you were telling me the sky level you played last week was going for Maker 1 feel? Yeah. And yeah, B-Minutes, because Pokemon Trainer didn't return from Brawl until Ultimate, right? B-Minutes has most amiibo, so I trust his judgment about these kinds of things. Alright, there we go. Zelda amiibo are your favorite? Yeah. I don't own very many. I usually limit myself to, you know, maybe one per franchise, just as a self-imposed constraint. Not counting some of the 8-bit ones, because I couldn't resist picking up 8-bit Mario and Link. The Mega Mushroom effects in 1 are really interesting, too, in Maker 1. Because it's a much more complete cosmetic transformation of projectiles, enemies, etc. Instead of just the mushroom effect on the player character itself. And yeah, Redox, hopefully you get the correct code working, otherwise we'll just try to punch in the correct level manually as usual.
Oh.
You missed the big Yarn Yoshi amiibo? Yeah. Yeah, but like I was saying, I expect tons of stuff to break in Maker 3. if and when there eventually is. When there will be at some point, but not for many years, I would imagine. I think it's some ways off. And you're missing Sora, Bayonetta in the Bayo 1 hairstyle, and the American Rob. Oh, you mean with the American NES colors rather than the Famicom colors? Is that what the difference is? I didn't remember that there were regional variants of Rob Amiibo, actually, so... But I would guess it's the NES versus the Famicom colors, right? If I'm understanding you correctly, that's just a shot in the dark. Whoops. I don't remember taking this long with this fight last week. I think we just had a good attempt early on. But it's still hard in the same way that it was always hard, which is that Lemmy's position is always just a little bit out of reach when it comes to ball pattern, so... Yeah, do bear with me as I take forever on this. This is the end of the level, though. We know because we played earlier versions. And in some cases had to beat the final fight a few times because of incidents that occurred at the very end. Mostly involving the clown car and the on-off state. Okay, let's not get into too much trouble here. It's amazing how tall he is in the large form. Keep underestimating the height that we have to cover to get on top of Lemmy. With his hitbox being what it is. Alright, this phase is not too problematic anyway. Yeah, the last amiibo I picked up was actually Min Min. Min Min was effectively my main in ARMS, and if anything, I think I actually played a lot more multiplayer ARMS than I ever played Smash, because I had a wonderful time in the game. It's actually a fantastic game. But... Whoops. And so it's kind of incredible that Min Min ended up being the character selected from it, because she was my favorite design in it anyway. And not the character that you necessarily would have expected, given that she's not really the cover girl of the game. But yeah, I haven't picked up any amiibos since then, and it seems like, apart from finishing the Smash line, that a lot of things have been winding down with amiibo anyway. Although it seemed that way for some time, and amiibo support actually does still exist much more frequently than you would think. But it does seem like the use of the data storage on the amiibo was something that was never really taken advantage of very often outside of Smash. I mean, you use them to unlock things nowadays, but not so much for keeping profiles or training data or anything like their original potential suggested. Oh, you got a Tears of the Kingdom Link amiibo, yeah. I hadn't really even considered picking up anything in the Tears of the Kingdom line, but that's... Yeah, and I guess there wasn't anything that we know about yet anyway for Super Mario Wonder, not even Elephant Mario. But I mean, if there was something coming, they would have revealed it in the Wonder Direct last week. Oops. Come on, let's get this done. Yeah, you kind of need to bait him out one side and then approach on the other. But you gotta point him one way and then jump the other way. There we go. Finally. Get shot in the face again. Yeah, you kind of have to get him on one side and then have him point away from the wall. We did have him point away from the wall, but I made a mistake. Basically, you stand on the right of the clown car, if you're on the left side. You have him point away from the wall, and then at that point do the wall jump. But you kind of have to position him down first while not being shot by the bullet, which is a lot to deal with. No. Come on. It's amazing what a hard time I'm having with this. It's, like I'm missing something in the method. Maybe should have seen by now. Only got one hit on him so far. Nope, nope. As soon as you get bopped, yeah, you're just gone. Yeah, I guess Splatoon has the... What is it? Costume preservation or something? That's... Or loadout preservation that's done with the amiibo. I don't remember what it is, but I know that there's some photo mode feature in 3 that still exists. Elephant Daisy amiibo, yeah, I know, that would be fantastic. Okay, here we go. A talking flower amiibo. Yes, but will it talk? Well, it tells you that the Goomba looks so serene. That is the question. Okay, we need to do this again. Also, F. Belmont coming in with a party of 5. Let me just give you a quick shout out. In both styles. And Puffin Fiend, welcome. Hope Crash Team Rumble has been going well for you. I'm not sure I know what Crash Team Rumble is, because I don't know my Crash Bandicoot much at all. Whether it's a brawling game or something like that. I've actually never played any of the Crash games. I know Crash Trilogy's been out on Switch for the longest time, but it's not something I got around to. But I actually missed a great deal of the heyday of 3D platforming in the early years, in the N64 and PS1 generations, so... Because honestly, I wasn't really interested in 3D platforming at that point. Even Mario 64 was something I caught up on later, and not when it originally released. Yes. Anyway. It's an online competitive arena game, okay. Okay, got him bopped right away, which is really important. You know what? We just kicked the clown car from above, and I think that might be the better strategy by far, as long as we don't... Yeah, that worked a lot better. In fact, of course, that ball just had to drop in the last minute. Yeah, actually, this is the way to do it. Just kick the car down, which is not something obvious because it looks like you're getting right to the edge of what it is safe to touch on his hitbox. And it's actually hard to do even if you know that you should do it. Because you kind of need to get him out of the way to get the mushroom in. But it is possible to kick him down. You don't know what you could compare it to that would illustrate it. Really? Yeah, I'll look it up after the fact, I'm sure. But there we go. Yeah, from a lot of what I've seen of, well, I mean, the few levels that we've seen of Super Mario Wonder, that it actually feels like a Kirby game more than anything else in some ways. Because if you think about a lot of the mainline Kirby games, that they do have that kind of flow that is very similar to the Wonder Flower, where there's that, you know, big mid-level transformation or super form or something. So we'll see if that's actually the case once it releases. I mean, it's still something that looks very much like a Mario game at its core, but of course just with a couple of changes in the design principles involved. Okay. Right, come on. Let's try to kick him down. I can't believe how long I've been taking on this one. We've beaten him before, right? So you might be checking out Amazing Mirror soon. That's not one I've played. But anyway, here we go. Yeah, because Nintendo Switch Online was originally launched in September. I think because of that being a lot of the annual renewal season, that you typically see some kind of big update in the September Direct or thereabouts. There's usually some activity going on with it anyway to reassure people that they're getting something out of the subscription. I mean, you know, I just have the base level of the NSO subscription anyway because I need it from Mario Maker and so much else. And it's economical enough that I don't even think about it, even though if you think about the subscriber base, it's actually making Nintendo a killing to the point where the days of not having a subscription are long gone. Oops. Hey, we actually got 2 hits for once. Did we? I think we did. Let's let him launch up this side, and we'll try to kick him down without losing our central position too much. Did we get him? We got him. That took forever. And then, yeah, this thing is still a tempting target every single time we see it, right? And it's still wrong to hit it, as far as I know. Yeah, it is still wrong to hit it. But then either way, you kind of have to potentially deal with the... Okay, there's no way to get the mushroom to fall in on this, I don't think. Feel the blasters coming down from overhead, right? Do they still dunk you? No, they don't. Oh, yes, they do. But once you're past this point, I see how you've done this. That the blasters don't drop due to the camera view until you are peeking here. And if you're peeking here, you're expecting that the player is blocked off from going down this way to get... I mean, you know, you won't have the blasters dunk you or be at risk of dunking you until you're in this position, right? Is that the fix? Because you kind of need to peek your head above like this. Look at that. That's precisely the position where We can even show that off again. Now, if you take the bottom car and you drop the top car, then you don't get a third car. Look at that, they even shoot you. Yeah, because you've taken car 2, basically, and so car 1 no longer is available to you as an entity. So yeah, you're not completely immune to it, but at least it's not likely to happen by accident, if I understand it. Red Benny, do I want easy, medium, or hard? I think B-Minus is kidding around when I'm not actually a Kaizo player, but I'm willing to do it, basically. We aren't great at this, but I'll take whatever you want to send me. I'll play the thing that you want to see, and if it doesn't go well, we'll play something else. Yeah, they're not at risk of hitting me. Even if I sink down directly to bullets see. Fall out of position. And it still spikes up top here, right? Like, I find this twister here to be... I know it's necessary for something else but up top, but... With the initial camera position, it's very tempting to move up towards it, which you can't quite reach anyway, which I guess means it isn't too much of a problem unless you have the squirrel still preserved at this point. Because it is tempting to just ride up to it. And to this platform, for that matter. Hit your head on a spike if you're not careful. Ah, okay, that prevents you from going. That's interesting. I don't know if I would have thought of checking it. Well, in that case... Oh. No, there's a semi-solid overlap there that... Let's go up here. There we go. Did I do it that way last time? Or yeah, I must have. And then we can still reach this. Okay, thank you for the patience of everybody waiting in queue. That took way too long. That's still a very hard fight. But yeah, trying to kick the card down from the top corner was a bit of a breakthrough, even though it's something that feels risky. Not breaking that 6-minute record. Anyway, B-Minutes. One last. Just going to look at a chat quickly to make sure I didn't miss anything too critical. Okay. And B-Minutes, we were saying we need a Virtual Boy 2. What we actually need is Virtual Boy on NSO in a way that is usable with the Nintendo Labo self-built 3D glasses effect. That's what we actually need. Not that I have the Labo 3D glasses. Or anything of the sort. Wario didn't finish high school. Yeah, he must have bought his way out, because that's how you would be able to finish this in 3 seconds. Alright, I mean, we've finished a lot of the recent ones. It makes the most sense to just go down the list, I think, and see Wario work on his GED. F. Belmont, do I still have the AI set up? Yeah, the bot should be in the chat. Should be working. That one is a joke level, okay. Well, we can still see it. Oh, it is 30 seconds, and then I guess you send this through. And try not to kill the shell, because of course you can, and then you would lock yourself here. And then you take the P around, and then that would smack the thwomp. We're gonna have timer issues in a moment, but... Okay, you'll have to explain the joke to me. We'll play something else because, you know, this took me very few seconds, but we'll play an actual level. In the meantime, I'm going to look at that riddle that Clara just placed in the chat. Of riddles I have many, fair friend of mine, prepare thyself to test thy wit for a time. I'm taken from a mine and locked in a wooden chest, hidden away in a place few have guessed, guarded by a fierce dragon with fiery breath. You can skip the whole level by getting close to the swamp. Yeah. Well, I don't remember doing that in high school, so we didn't do it. Shall we do this one? Cloud Castle, a record by Loop Hazard. Let's take a look. Taken from a mine and locked in a wooden chest. It's probably just a gold piece or something, right? I don't see how it's a riddle. Unless there's something to the wording that I've missed. Okay. Let's not nuke everything here. We do want to jump across. We could probably still make it, but not conveniently. Like I said, not conveniently. You go down? Nope. Alright, let's keep the flower. I think that would make things a little more manageable. Is it coal? It is coal. Why would... Guarded by... oh, I see. So... Yeah, I guess I didn't read that thoroughly. But... Whoops. Hang on. That's what happens when I'm reading the riddle in chat. Let's try this again. And yeah, Optic, I think the AI is telling you insufficient information. Would probably prefer not to comment anyway. Oh, let's just bounce on things until we are satisfied. Okay, there we go. Object, the answer to that is because I told the AI to talk like Shakespeare. And the request usually lasts for a finite number of messages. I think past the first 10 messages or so it turns to a default. But it's possible to instruct the AI to respond in certain styles. Anyway, thank you so much, B-Minutes. I guess we did some quick and easy ones, but you're quite welcome to submit again and we'll blow through some more. Will hopefully not take too long to cycle back around. Okay, you want me to go back into the Super World? Is that what you're telling me? I see, yeah, for the first castle. So for those unfamiliar, when I do Super Worlds, if the levels are particularly short, we try to do them in roughly 15-minute chunks or so. So we can tag several levels in at a time and get through things at a reasonable pace, but we'll see if this is the case here. So we previously did the first few levels in World 1 on this stream today, at the very start, and we'll continue to the castle. You're telling me it's a whack level? We'll discover exactly how whack. Oh. Yeah, thought so. That looked like something. And because of the screen edge, it would have been possible to wall jump up anyway. And then we have to wait. Fire here. we might have to wait quite a bit longer, in fact. Because we'll just miss this cycle completely. Okay. Whoa, nope. I was trying to wall jump off the left by rolling back to it in time. I guess a ground pound cancel or something would have been a better method for that, but we don't do that kind of thing around here, so... That upward slide and bump is actually very satisfying if you pull it off. Okay. Guess we'll get out here. Might as well go for 30. Oh, I see. Lava does come up. I didn't realize that because we outpaced it at first. So it wasn't really on camera that it does come up into Subworld. Because if you don't know the 30 coin is coming, you're going to have to go back for it. Yeah, I think in general, you know, for a race against lava like this, I know for timing reasons you probably can't just have it visible on the first screen, but it's much more beneficial to have it visible on the first screen and just have the player do an immediate climb to get away from it, because then at least there's a visual signal that that's what this zone is. Because it isn't clear that it's what it is until you see it come up. I'm gonna go for the 30 coin anyway, due to recklessness. And Sonic it the Hedgehog our way up, because that's what the bumper cycle is like. You don't have ground decorations anymore? Oh, okay. You just decided not to have them? I mean, decided not to have them unintentionally, I guess, but... As in, you didn't want any to just spawn by themselves and remain in place. I've seen ground decorations used very strategically in some ways, but that's because they play a lot of puzzles, escape rooms, etc., where cosmetic details actually do matter quite a bit sometimes. But yeah, better than to just have them in unexpected locations that you don't control. Okay. You have to watch your head there because, again, it's not necessarily visible what's coming above you in this level. I think it's a bit of a concern that because the lava level does outpace the camera, which is okay, you often have to scroll your way in towards something unexpected and proceed cautiously as you do a full bounce off these platforms. I know you're trying to mitigate that with a coin trail, but if you don't know that it's spikes that's enforcing this, you might bounce around anyway before following the coin path. But I can see that the intention is to get the coin trail to signal to the player that at that point maybe you should consider leaving. Also, this seems somewhat breakable, maybe? No, it's not, because it's just the initial junction. I actually am going to try to double tap on that in case it affects the tracks further up, just to see what happens. But we'll see. Took way too long on this, hang on. Yeah, we'll totally double tap it. Whoops, no, took too long. Inten welcome. Hope you've been doing well. Okay. Oh. Yeah, I gotta be careful of your headroom here, as before. Okay, I don't think the state switch affects anything yet. Whoa. Yeah, you kind of have to do a medium controlled jump here, or you find yourself in pretty big trouble. Don't really get a lot of nuance when it comes to bumpers. Oh, we're in trouble. Yeah, if you miss it, you just die. That's the thing. Like, if you miss it, you have to wait until the lava hits you. And Pete Allen, welcome. Power up to the top left? Oh, you mean here? Oh, just the one up, you mean. Unless there's something else further up. We're going to get caught here. Yeah, again, from this level and the other ones I've played so far, and I know you told me that the levels do improve as you get further into Super World, as you would expect. But the main thing, I think, is camera visibility from the player, that the player view is just not going to be the editor view, and it is worth walking through. Also, wall jumping here right away to gain some speed is good. Because I find that I've been encountering a lot of situations where you expect the player to know that something is in the layout, and where when you're actually walking through it, due to the camera positioning, it's not actually as visible as you'd like. That's happened in a couple of different places when it comes to things that you scroll in this vertical section in particular. And now that even when we know the spikes and the bumpers are coming, it's actually still a little bit difficult to spot what we're doing. So, well, get that nice and early at least. Try to stay relatively low here. Yeah, I am thinking about whether there's a better way to signal the spikes coming in from overhead other than what you're already trying to encourage with the coin trail. But fundamentally, you know, when it comes to vertical auto-scroll, a lot of times visibility is going to be a major design headache for everybody who's working in this form. Whoop. Nope. And again, it's some of the lack of flexibility between the lowest and highest jumps on the bumper. It's going to be a factor here as well. Right, let's activate. Anyway, this one, the area I'm having trouble with. Yeah, you see, because I know the bumper is there, but what I can't see is where it is in terms of its left or right position. And so I can't plan around it. There's no way for me to actually realistically plan around it, because I know its height, even if I have it by memory, but memory isn't going to give me its horizontal position when it's moving there. The bumper that scrolls in the top middle. So even if I know it's coming in, know exactly where it is, I can't see where it is on the track. And that is a bit of a problem. So, if it weren't a moving target, that would be a different story. And even so, memorization from previous attempts is maybe not something good to rely on. Here, the timing worked out because it's first cycle. I feel like that if you don't get it on the first cycle, that the spacing is much, much trickier. What kind of level would I choose from you? Traditional Super World Saga or Team Zelda levels? Given what we've seen today so far, we haven't really done a Zelda level yet, so we might as well do one of those, maybe. We'll see how things feel when we get to it. Just for variety's sake. I always love doing Zelda-style dungeons in this game. I feel like I've seen a lot of creativity in that space. We've done a couple of all Zelda streams before. Here, in fact. On this channel. It's been a while since I've done one, because we were too busy this year playing actual Zelda, but... Nintenpad, I think you have sent me something in the past, but I don't remember what it would be. I know I've seen you in the queue before, but... Oh, also we're burning lives like crazy in the Super World, which I completely forgot was a factor. So... we'll be kicked back out to checkpoint. Before checkpoint, rather, soon enough. Okay, got it. Oh, fire flower, okay. Let's get out of here before the fire catches up. Alright, and we got a Lemmy fight. It's fine. I'm sure it'll go better than the one in the previous level, so... And we'll just let him sit there until we're satisfied. And we'll get to fight him at the top, I think. He's not particularly deadly, but all the objects coming towards me are, so... Just wait this out a little bit until we get a clear opportunity, and then... We could have just hit him with a Fire Flower too, I think, but... We can take a hit, so... There we go. Wasn't too bad. Can you give a spoiler for one of the two levels in World 8? Yeah, I'm not going to remember it, I guess. Ordinarily I'd say no, but honestly I'm not going to remember it. 50 coin down below. I guess you'd have to wait for the lava level to go down first, and then we missed it anyway. That's okay. Would have given me the extra life, but we'll take it. And we took long enough that we'll continue... We'll exit the Super World and we'll continue the next submission right away. Yeah. Eyes over Dungeon, Nintenpad. We'll probably do Dungeon. We haven't really done anything too puzzly today yet. It's usually a fixture of the stream, so... Yeah, given the length of the queue at this point, Optic, I think it's probably best if I continue for now. It's because we do have a lot of people waiting, especially people who do send me hard levels from time to time, so... We'll... continue. At this point. I clear you here? No, I didn't. Let's... this... and go next. Alright, Squink. And thank you for that, Nintenpad. I hope we can get to you at a reasonable time. Super Mario Kart Koopa Beach. One of the great tracks in the original Super Mario Kart, actually, that I don't hear coming back all that often. This looks like it was made for Snowy and team music. Enjoy the crystal clear waters and sparkling sands of Koopa Beach. Nintenpad, you're not in a rush. That's good to know. Anyway, race begins. As you can tell from the Mario Kart amiibo costume that we're not wearing. Whoops. But yeah, I always loved the Koopa Beach track in the original game. Okay, we actually have to watch the slopes here. I keep failing to visualize them as part of the terrain just because of the way that things blend into this 2D plane and it's gonna be 3 style. Just have to go a bit lower. Yeah, of course there's a Mario Kart track. It's the Mario Kart track from Koopa Beach, of course. Kind of surprising to me that Koopa Beach in the Special Cup, where you literally go around a beach, around a central island, I believe hasn't returned in any remade form yet. I'm trying to remember if it did on 3DS. So maybe it did on 3DS. I don't remember actually, because I don't remember Mario Kart 7 all that well, to be honest. But yeah. In general, I'm always in favor of original Super Mario Kart getting a little more love. Anyway, we're on the beach now. We should have deflected a shell and thrown in that location to bounce off of it, but surprise! Yeah, on the way up, and then we hold into the jump. You think it wasn't DS? Yeah, that's right. DS being the first game to really introduce a lot of the remakes, we need to hold up into Divine. Yeah, the GBA did have the Super Circuit, rather, did have the whole Super Nintendo set included. But I mean, in terms of, you know, the big 3D remakes that are done now, considering how comprehensive Mario Kart 8 has been, it does make the omissions even more noticeable. Okay, a little behind pace there. Probably too much jump height somewhere along the way, but we'll see what happens. Yeah, losing a bit of time there, perhaps, by stalling. Came in a little too far to the left on the Big Koopa. You're hyped for Wave 6? Yeah, I know there's been data mining since the early waves for clues as to what's coming, but I haven't been following it. I have been playing the tracks as they come in, but not as comprehensively as you might think, because I've just been so busy this year. It used to be that every time there was a big track release in Mario Kart 8 with the Booster Course Pass, that I would, you know, do all of the cup trophies, 150 mirror and 200, and the time trials, and then lately I've just been doing 150 in mirror and stopping at that, and I think when all of the waves are out, I'll catch up on time trials properly. In terms of the single-player content, I just haven't really done much Mario Kart lately. Also, I noticed that while in Mario Kart's base form, you can simulate the All-Cup Tour by queuing up 48 tracks in Versus mode. And I think you can't actually plug in any more than that. So even when all of the tracks are released, unless the course selection in the customization in the Versus mode is patched, you can't actually set up a proper All-Cup Tour, which I find very unfortunate. Because a proper All-Cup Tour tournament, I think, would be a fun streaming event. It would take a long time, but I would love to just queue up 96 courses. I miss All-Cup Tour a lot. But I also find it extremely glaring that Wario Coliseum from Double Dash hasn't made a comeback, because it seems perfectly made for the anti-gravity mechanics in Mario Kart 8, you know, with the big central looping structure and everything. Now, Wario Coliseum, I think, was originally just a one-lap track, but they've just never bothered to remake it, but had this immense verticality and complexity to it that just seems like such an amazing fit for Mario Kart 8 style design. I totally didn't see that coming, despite the up arrows going. You should really stand up there and grab the POW so you can get rid of the muncher. Well, whoops, didn't read that. But yeah, going a little faster off the vine makes a big difference when it comes to the spacing later on when we get to this Koopa. Short counts over here. We're coming in a little too far left. I could see that. Oops. Yeah, I haven't really hosted anything like a Mario Kart streaming event here. I know a lot of people do, especially other people who are maker streamers. They often do stream a lot of art as well, including some people who hang out on this channel. It's nice that we've got a decent run of originals and Booster Course Pass as well. And I know the originals that were also kind of simultaneously made for Mario Kart Tour, but the nice thing about the Booster Course Pass in general is that you actually get to play some of these tour tracks without having to endure playing Tour, but I'm not somebody who plays on mobile at all, really, and I tried a little bit of Mario Kart Tour because I'm willing to try out some Nintendo things from time to time and see what's going on, but I actually could not stand it. But Nintendo has trained my prejudices against mobile rather too well for their own good. So but yeah, actually the originals have, I think, been quite a lot of fun. Like the toilet one in the last wave, and the Ninja Hideaway, and the even a Christmas Mountain is, you know, fairly plain, but aesthetically was actually very lovely. Whoops. Yeah, I've been losing a lot of time on grabbing the POW late, even when I remember to jump up towards it. And I know some things have been reordered, I believe, from the original data mine from ages ago. Because I was aware that one of the first pieces of information that was kind of exposed was which original games would be represented in the Booster Course Pass when it comes to ports of old courses. But oops. There seems to be a mystery GameCube track you're all speculating about. Well, fingers crossed for Wario Coliseum, then. That, to me, is the most glaring omission in Mario Kart 8 in general, so... Oh, whoops. I keep forgetting about this. And we lose too much time getting out of there, so... Of course, it's the red shell on the right side of this interaction here that is running into it. And yeah, I guess because it's not in Tour, that does harm its chances considerably, given that so much of the purpose of the Booster Course Pass to begin with was to make use of Tour assets. We were supposed to hit the note block, and then there was a platform. Oh yeah, vertical pipe would go up. Mushroom platform up to the top slot. Took me a moment to read that. First time seeing it, of course. So, let's get out of here. I hope the sound on the stream is okay, by the way, today. I should have asked that before I got into music level. We've generally been pretty good about sound lately. We haven't had too many problems, but we did have a bit of an issue on the Pikmin stream 2 days ago. Recently, though, audio has been much more solid here than it used to be when I was resetting practically every stream. It was not great for music levels. I kind of wish that Mario Kart 8 had a double dash mode in the first place. That would have been wonderful, especially when they introduced the second item boxes. Even though, of course, the balancing would be quite different from Double Dash itself, where all of the items, carts, etc. were designed around how the character combinations used to work. But I mean, just the whole idea of having Double Dash driving, like having a driver and a gunner as a co-op mode, I feel like that's been sorely missing. It's too bad Double Dash just had its very limited 16-course selection before remakes really started coming in earnest, because mechanically I still find it's one of the very best in the series. And there's really nothing like Double Dash multiplayer, right? There still isn't to this day. It's just peak multiplayer Nintendo. Comes to co-op. Yeah, once again we overshot. We need to hit the note block and go up. And you can overshoot by one column if you're not careful when you hit the wall. So you just need to watch out for that. Yeah, Funky Kong time trial champion of Mario Kart Wii, if I recall. So one particular speedrun standard loadout of Funky Kong on a bike. I don't even remember which bike. I actually did play all of Mario Kart Wii with motion controls. Because, you know, you're going to the trouble of making this game for the Wii, you might as well do that. Okay, there's going to be an on-off switch up there, followed by a slide towards another big red shell. Nice to kind of partially zone out in a level like this and just talk about Mario Kart. I mean, I do have to be attentive, but a lot of it is just execution early on, so. Yeah, nice to see Pauline having made such a comeback since Odyssey. Pauline is actually my captain in Mario Strikers Battle League, which I haven't played since before Zelda, so I'm sure that if anybody had bothered to log in my makeshift club that was composed entirely of strangers, they could totally have taken command of it. But I was actually still playing Strikers Battle League fairly regularly, week to week, for quite a while. Because, you know, as a single-player experience, it's extremely bare-bones, and it has rightly been receiving a lot of criticism for that, but the core multiplayer mechanics are actually very, very good. And it's a game that kind of rides entirely on how much you enjoy the 1v1 experience. And yeah, there's been speculation going back several years as to whether Nintendo wants to do something with Donkey Kong that's kind of more oriented towards classic Donkey Kong than Country. But of course, Donkey Kong Country has been very much folded into the identity of the brand at this point. You can kind of see that with how Donkey Kong was represented in the Mario film earlier this year. Very difficult to think about Donkey Kong without Country at this point, but I know that there's been a certain amount of expectation that Donkey Kong's next return will take on a somewhat different form. But of course, nobody knows anything. Oops. And isn't... When you're talking about the music sequencing tools, wasn't Maker Central... So the guy who made Maker Central used to hang out on his stream a bit. And I thought he was the one who made the... Maker Central being the search function, and I thought he was the one who made Maestro in the first place, or whichever MIDI converter was very popular for a while. I thought it was the same developer on both, which... I'm trying to remember, because it's been a while since I've seen him around here. He used to hang out here quite a bit. Hang on, just a minute. Whoops. We're released there. You think you were using Maestro and it told you to go to Central? Yeah, because I remember when he was developing Central, he was putting the finishing touches on it back when he used to send me some things to basically act as a tech demo for Maestro a couple years ago at this point. Yeah, Mill64, nobody knows anything except for our collective uncles who work at Nintendo. Oops. It works mostly, depends on the MIDI file, and figuring out workarounds for setups it doesn't know. Too slow on this one. Okay, let's do the slide and let's just align this jump properly. Okay, great. Okay, we made it. Good thing the scroll stops over here. Oh, I guess we should deal with Boom Boom. Get him to swing around this side. Go. Spike his way over, and yeah, we'll fight him over here. Yeah. Oh, not a great position. That's okay. We'll over here. What does that get me? Nothing. Let's cut through. Okay, GG. Yeah, it was just overshooting that column on the last jump that the problem for me, but very nice. Lovely as always. Boom Boom is a blue shell. Yes, of course. That makes a lot of sense. Just circling around you. Stupid beach over here. So, let's mark that as a win. Yeah, code drop, you want me to test a level? Please add it with the add command and we'll put it in the queue. And yeah, Red Benny, you're not too far back, I hope. Leech, let me know if you're still here. Yeah, because the Leech was trying to get a hold of me via DM instead of in the main chat, so I have to tab around a little bit. But... And yeah, Mill64, well, there was no blue shell in Super Mario Kart, but, you know, I guess we, I want to say it was introduced in Double Dash, if I recall. But that predated DS, right? And trying to determine if there was a Koopa Beach remake in DS. But anyway, I'm not here. Oh, it was introduced in 64. Okay, yeah. Tells you how much I remember 64, which is not well. In general, with several series, I kind of blanked on a lot of the 64 iterations. Yeah, you gotta use the add command if you want to begin a queue. Anyway, I'm going to see if the Leech is actually still online, because I'm not receiving a message. If see them in the online list, but without a check-in, I'm going to bump them back one spot, which is my usual policy, so we'll go to the Awesome Lamp next. Yeah, so if people are ever AFK or something when they're called into the queue, my usual approach is to give them a second chance after playing another level first, and then we kick them, so. Just pick one of the 2 levels of yours I haven't played yet. Okay. You found a blog about retro gaming and it goes into details about how if you want to make F-Zero multiplayer, you end up with Super Mario Kart. Oh, you mean if you take the original Super Nintendo F-Zero? Back in the days of Mode 7. Larry's Crushing Castle. But one is easy traditional, the other is uncleared Kaizo. Let me just take a look at what we're dealing with. It's probably not this. I feel like we probably played some iteration of it before, right? A little collection of Kaizo Perfect Run. Ah, this is the... I seem to remember... Yes, I played the checkpointed version of this, haven't I? I remember playing the checkpointed version of this a long, long time ago. And then I did, in fact, clear it, but with heavy use of the checkpoints. Anyway, let's take a look at Larry's Crushing Castle. Why not? Yeah, the uncleared Kaizo one, if I remember what I did, and if I steadily relearn what I did with the original form, maybe we can try it someday. But at the moment, we will play this one, just to get the queue moving along. Larry had to bring the castle up to par, so asked Kamek to help redecorate. Let's see how it goes. Yeah, I thought the music level might have been a re-upload. I recognized it somewhat. Maybe. Mode 7 only had 1 layer, so you can't have big maps like F-Zero. I see. I actually didn't know too much about the technical side of Mode 7, to be honest. It's been a long time since I've looked at that stuff. Although I was looking at a lot to do with the Super FX chip for a time years ago, because for the longest time it seemed like that was the holdup with both Star Fox and the original Yoshi's Island when it came to ports and emulation. There was some kind of licensing issue that was rumored to be going on with Super FX, but whoops. There you go, lowering the clear rate already. This is a new 1C for your Super World remake, Isaac. It's up here, okay. That reminds me, I still have to play Star Fox 2. I was talking about it ages ago as something I might want to do on stream at some point. Because I've been putting it off for years. I actually did have the Super Nintendo Classic and everything, where the big selling point of it in the first place was that it would finally be the release of Star Fox 2. And yeah, that might still be something I stream. In fact, I have a lot of smaller games I want to run between now and Super Mario Wonder. Like I said, because we just finished Pikmin and because Zelda has slowed down quite a bit here, I do plan to play some other games here on stream over the next few weeks during the weekdays. It'll be smaller and generally shorter stuff, including a few surprises. But mostly just backlog that I want to catch up on. There'll be quite a lot of variety to it, I hope. And maybe if I can squeeze in Star Fox 2 at some point, this would be a good time to do it. But we'll see how long other things are taking me. I'd totally forgotten that I wanted to do that. Would be an interesting experience. Especially as one of the minority of people, I think, who genuinely really liked Star Fox Zero. Which I understand actually draws quite a lot from Star Fox 2, even though it predated 2's release. Oops. Yoshi's Island uses the SFX2 chip mostly for extra RAM, okay. Yeah, that makes sense if you think about its art assets. But, oops. You know what somebody pointed out to me about Yoshi's Island? And actually, it was actually a little kid that pointed it out to me because I was showing Yoshi's Island to a child because I thought, you know, that might be a fun kind of cultural conditioning. And this is the kind of thing only a child would notice. In Yoshi's Island, if you select Pink Yoshi on the world map, you play the level as Red Yoshi. And if you select Red Yoshi on the world map, you play the level as Pink Yoshi. And it's consistent throughout the game because of the way that the Yoshi colors are assigned depending on which of the levels in each world you're selected, right? Because it's always the same sequence. But it was just this little goof on Nintendo's part that had the pink and the red swapped. And naturally, there is a ROM hack that fixes it. But, you know, I've known Yoshi's Island as a game for so long, and I never, ever knew that. Because it's just not the same kind of thing that you would, you know, notice if you're focused on the game. Anyway, thank you for the GG. Let's mark that as a win and move on. And yeah, Nintendo, we have a surprisingly large numbers of makers from the Netherlands who come by here. Seems to be a very well-represented country in Mario Maker per capita, in my experience. Okay, this is second and last call for the Leech. I'll bump him from the queue if not here. He already did get a level played today, so I don't feel too bad about it. And it'll be Redox and then Red Benny after this. Oh, and I know you're both here. We'll probably be closing up before too long, depending on difficulty. Oh, the Leech is here. Okay, the Leech just DM'd me. Oh. Red Benny, the queue is listed. The order currently is the Leech, followed by Redox, followed by you. You're able to stay. We do pretty much always get through every level that is queued in before I close submissions. So you will be played if you stay. But if you're in a real hurry to run off, then do let me know. Somebody tell Drop in case they don't have sound on or something that they need to use the add command if they want in. Red Benny, I have the... I mean, you're in the queue, right? So if we run into issues, we'll get to you soon enough. Like, we'll find out in a few levels, right? You are definitely here. Okay. Hang on, Q9G. There we go. Yeah, so we did the little technical test earlier. You were advising me against Caved In. And we'll see. It's a lot of, you know, kind of hard tech that we can crash against for a little bit. Usually hard tech that I can't quite do, but we'll learn a few things along the way. I don't know if there's a particular recommendation that we have. Otherwise, I'll just pick something. With no expectation to clear. I don't tend to really clear these necessarily, but, you know, we learn things along the way. Bugcatcher has 5 clears. Consistency. Set of luck. Shelmet Crouch. Not sure what that is. Yeah, like I said, I really don't expect to get it clear. We'll find something though. Maybe we can see what the concept of the box is. Let's see what the concept is. Why not? The Awesome Lamp, I doubt I'll be able to get very far with it today, but it might be something that I want to do on a dedicated catch-up stream that is not viewer levels. Oh, yeah, so we're supposed to dodge the mushrooms, right? Because they fall in. So there's a particular thing we need to do within 3 seconds to get to the door. Let me just read this carefully, because we probably don't know the tech for this. We need to basically sneak up to the door and enter it without colliding with a mushroom, if I understand. Unless there's something about the way we exit the door that I don't know. Some kind of tech. We might have to be told what it is. Mushrooms are impossible to dodge. Okay. So yeah, there's some kind of tech here with how you exit the gap. You know, there's some way to sneak under as you exit. The goal is to squeeze your way out. Okay. I don't think we know how to do it, to be honest. Like if there's some kind of momentum trick that sends you through. Yeah, I don't think I know the tech, basically. So if it is a specific maneuver that works. Not enough of a precision players know this kind of thing. We might try to play something else. We just have no idea what's going on here, but of course if we learn something today, we can do that too. But I can see why it's also actually comparatively high clear rate from somebody who just knows how to do it. And it's just slam against it twice. And I think you were telling me earlier that this is actually just a simplified one-room version of the tech in the cave as well. And there's a mushroom on this side too. Yeah, so the mushrooms are impossible to dodge because even if you come out on this side, you do grab the mushroom that spawns right at the door. So. Yeah, you'll probably have to tell me what the tech is. I don't think I can figure it out on my own. Approach, jump, and twirl. No, that's not gonna be it. And Awesome Lab, actually, yeah, leaving me the code in the Discord is a good idea. Because, like I said, we'll probably be adding some more Maker streams during the week at some point soon, because I've got a lot of catching up to do from recent months. So we'll probably try to attempt something like that at some point. Yeah, I don't know what the method is. I don't think I can figure it out independently. If the leech has any advice for us, we'll try it. Do the twirl input really close to landing, and landing will cancel the twirl. Do a double twirl. Yeah, didn't know that. Yeah, you can kind of see. But then you would kind of need to hold a direction, right? It kind of seemed like we moved over by a pixel or something, but that didn't actually get me under the edge. And regardless, we want to go left because otherwise... no, you could still make it over that jump. So it'd be something like a double tap. On your way down. Yeah, I don't think I know it. Because it's the idea that the twirl animation, if it gets cancelled, shoves you over by just enough. Yeah, I don't know it, but yeah, you might have to send me the clip or post it into Discord or something. Frame perfect twirl. Yeah, we're not going to be able to do it, but because we didn't spend much time with that, I don't mind looking at something else too. I mean, I know a lot of these are mostly kind of hard tech demos, and that's okay. We can look at them briefly, even if we don't really find a way out of them. Shelmet crouch, hold again. I don't know what that is. Blast from the past with a twist. Have a mushroom, yeah, and then there's a lot of precision jumps gap to gap. Yeah. I have not mastered the mountains. This was something we were asked about. Oh, I remember this one, I think. Yeah, I remember this one. This is one with the I think coins that are very much out of reach, seemingly. Air twirls and wall jumps. Surely this version will get cleared. You know what? Let's try it. Try to do something that isn't too tech heavy, although that might be asking a bit much. Yeah, we'd probably have to see the clip to see how the other level works. Anyway, time limit is not an issue here. A lot of it is just going to be getting around the panel for a wall jump over here, I think. Might have to twirl over or spin over. There we go. Yeah, it is a spin over. But it is a bit of a tight bit after that, and then use the mushroom to hit the bricks on the other side. It should be a spin jump here. It's the next jump after that we don't know yet, but you kind of go halfway. Spin over. Or maybe a crouch jump? No. No. Not doing that. I might be here a while. Also, the level was first made and uploaded in SMB1. SMB1. As in... Oh, as in the SMB1 style, okay. Well, then maybe the twirl's not required in order to wall jump strictly, but it does look like that is the way to do it, that you would spin around a one-way panel and way up. You can tell I'm not a precision player in any respect whatsoever. But I know how the flow is roughly supposed to work. Like, you're supposed to grab the mushroom and then press this. Again, with one-way panels kind of getting in your way. This one wouldn't get in your way because you're tall enough to go around it, but then you would need to go around the top one here. Have an angle that allows you to hit. Would be challenging. Yeah. And then you would go over, and then with the mushroom you'd have to squeeze under the spike, and then make your way back around. Because you would need to disable the on-off switch in order to make it to the brick on the right side to get the key. And I'm looking at this to see... Yeah, because I guess... Go through the key door, then. You bust a one-up mushroom, and then what does that do to the flag positioning? What does that allow you to respawn and hit the flag? Oh yeah, because you would come back out the left side. Right, because no, the one-up is the clear condition, that's why. Yeah. Took me a while to notice that. Yeah, it seems like without things like the twirl and the wall jump, this would be an extra special precision test. Which again, even an average precision test is a problem for me. Hey, progress. Look at that. Now we need to... Oh. You can't actually get this off track either way, right? So you would have to maybe get some momentum on a slide here. That actually nearly looked like it would make it. Like you would need to make it under this gap, which is similar to what we had trouble with previously, except there's an opening on the right side as well. Yeah, that's super precise. At least looks like it. It seems like we need some kind of horizontal momentum going in here, right? Taking advantage of the fact that we can sneak under this and have a bit of movement while tall. Yeah, it looks like it is momentum based using this property that you can intersect with it. Like, I don't know if you kind of need to tap the movement or something to really have the appropriate amount of speed, or if it's based on your takeoff point. Realistically, we're not going to be able to do much more than this, but... Yeah, because it looks like it should be based on a position, right? Depending on how much speed you're building up. And it would affect your falling it. And... yeah, whatever it is, I don't think I know it. Because it seems like you kind of need to stand away from the wall a little bit. Run in, and the idea is that you kind of sneak in under the right half of the column. Right? I kind of roughly know how it should look in theory, but not in practice. No, hang on. You don't want to get caught under the one-way panel, because it would build momentum going down, right, if I understand it. Yeah, I don't think we're getting much further. Alright. Well, we gave it a try. And we got through one jump, which is maybe above par for me in a lot of super precision, so... Okay, we're going to have time issues. Based off of speed, but a correct takeoff point. Is it unimportant? Yeah, because I guess maybe if you wanted to do a trial and error, you just have to try it one pixel at a time, and you do still need to duck under it and slide at some point. Yeah. Because you basically need a trial error available point here. Yeah, we're going to bail on it at timeout, but let's, if not sooner. But at least we know what we're dealing with, roughly. Yeah, every jump here actually looks pretty hard. Even the next one with the mushroom, once you have to sneak under the bricks up top. I guess that's also a bit of a twirl interaction that, you know, once you get out of here and you go to the top left, that you would need to get your head under the one-way panel, the top one-way panel, but then have enough of an upward motion too. You need to get your head over the one-way panel rather, but then you would need to have enough of an upward motion to actually hit the brick, which implies a bit of an air stall to send you over. Anyway, I don't think we're able to clear it, so. It's an even easier swamp, but clearly not easy for somebody of my imprecision. But yeah, thank you very much, Delich. I know we've made a disaster out of everything I've tried from you today, but that's how it goes sometimes. So, thank you for submitting. Yeah, Optic, I'm actually receiving Leech's messages by way of direct message. It's not in the main chat, which is why the interaction is impossible for you to follow in chat. Red Bennett, you'll be after Redox, who is next. So you'll be the... I mean, the queue is right there for you to see. We'll mark this as a loss again. We'll do Redoxes, hopefully with some success. Yeah, the problem is that when I save my videos, I strongly prefer, by the way, for anybody here, that you do talk in the main chat if you can. Because A, it's easier for all the other viewers to follow, and it's easier for me to follow what's going on after the fact when I look over my own video. So, strongly recommend that you use the main chat window, but we'll try to accommodate you if for some reason that's unavailable to you or not something you're willing to do. Yeah, no, it's totally understandable that if you have a special circumstance, I still want to be able to play your levels, so. Billy the Kid, we'll take a look. And thank you for the patience of everybody waiting. I know we've taken a long time. Billy the Kid, 20 seconds, 2%. Fairly generous on a timer, so as long as we're not too sloppy on things like wall jumps, maybe we'll be okay. Yeah, not everyone can read whispers while streaming, for sure, and it's a little unwieldy to juggle sometimes, so. But again, you know, I understand special circumstances. Sometimes we try to be accommodating here. Oh, yeah, we actually hesitated a bit on the first jump. I don't think the question block matters. Oh, whoops, long jump over here. And we just need to remember to fire at the arrows. Okay, and then we needed to fire before entering, because then that way we don't get crushed. The cannonball does need to lead. Ah, I see, you're supposed to get pushed by that if you timed it accurately. Nope, missed. I guess the timing is based on firing as soon as you overlap with the arrow. It's a bit timing sensitive, but... Also, yeah, I'm falling off on that, and so it means that I'm late on the first shot. I think that means I'm late on the first shot, but we'll see. Oh, yeah, we need to jump. Okay, well, maybe I should have. There probably was a coin marker for that or something that we just didn't see because we got pushed into the coin. Oh, I see. Yeah, jumping at the one coin that was earlier on instead of taking a slow way up the wall. So that's why that was timing sensitive. Jump here. I guess we should hang left instead of... Oh, I guess the arrow is trying to tell me to jump into position for that. That wasn't so clear to me, but... Whoops. We'll try to make that work. Oops. Nope. I shouldn't have faced left that time. That was a mistake. But we did have room and time to jump up towards the top right that time. Yeah, I guess it's hard to signal a jump like that here, simply because, for obvious reasons, the coin doesn't work because you're just going to be pushed into collecting it without seeing it. And at the same time, so far the scheme you've been using is coins for jumps, arrows for shots, and... Oh, whoops, long jump over there. So that was successful that time, that's the way it's supposed to be done, and we long jump to follow that sequence. Oh, whoops, late in the long jump. Still surprised by my success there. And, thank you for this mission, not Winster. We'll probably be closing queue pretty soon, so we ensure that we get through everybody who has submitted. And yeah, Dervish Advisor, we're opening slightly later than we used to be. If you want to submit to get in, please do. We will be closing fairly soon, like I said. But the pace of the viewer level queue is quite different this year than in years past in some ways, and so we're still kind of adjusting in terms of what realistic expectations are when it comes to actually playing through all the submitted content. We will almost certainly be closing the queue by the time I'm finished with this level, though. Again, just to ensure we don't leave anybody out in the cold. Oh, no, still late on long jump button. I'm always surprised by how early I get pushed onto that platform, and so... There we go, except I forgot the shot. Only a few seconds left here, though. Yeah, and Dervish Advisor, I guess everything of yours is co-op, right? We keep saying that we'll do a more co-op-centric stream at some point, but... for obvious scheduling reasons, it's a little difficult for me to coordinate with a second player for that. But I'd like to do it at some point. Whoops. And yeah, like I was saying, for anybody new to my queue, we do usually manage to succeed in... Oh, no, we need to do this one in advance. And jump out of it. We usually do manage to succeed in getting through all of the levels that are submitted before I close submissions. So, as long as you're able to wait and endure some of our difficulties along the way, we'll get to you soon enough, I hope. So you're supposed to shoot, ground pound, and then jump back out. Yeah, we're not going to miss a timer this time because we loved it, but I'm just rehearsing that interaction anyway. Exec runs, welcome. How good am I at harder levels? I try them. Depends on how hard you mean by hard, but... we bailed on a whole bunch of super hard precision just now. Kaizo is okay. I don't necessarily succeed because my shell jumps are woefully inconsistent, but I do try. So, yeah, even if we don't get the clears, I don't mind attempting hard levels just to see what we make of them. I don't clear everything I play here, but I do try to put in a reasonable effort. Like a 3 in Team Jamp? Yeah, we've done that before. We've done a lot of levels by Jampers on this stream. Nope, missed that shot. But you're supposed to shoot that and then get pushed over here, and then you land on that block for the next long jump. And that's 0 seconds right there, so it must be pretty close to the end. And given that there's no jump marker on that ground pound, maybe we should just get pushed by it as long as we don't get squished. No, we do need to jump out of that, I think. Yeah, no, otherwise it'll just squish you in the face. In fact, at this point, I'm going to say that that's likely to be the last level I accept. Exec runs will probably be the closer for today's stream. Yeah, you can't overlay those blocks with coins exactly. And certain positions like that would be tricky to indicate anyway. So I'm going to give it a few more times, so we will continue this level, of course, but I will be saying this is the last call, and we'll be closing to submissions pretty shortly. Just so we can play everything. This looks very clearable for me, it's just a matter of getting some bit. Whoops. That was too early that time in terms of leading shot. Yeah, I'm better at reading things intuitively than reading markers anyway. It's just that definitely read onto a lot of your levels. I'm kind of conditioned to always look for the markers now, even though I don't follow them reliably. But there are a few locations like that where intuitively I know I should jump. It's just a matter of not throwing off the timing. Because there are so many interdependent parts in a level like this when it comes to when the shots go off. Oops. Yeah, we'll close after this attempt. We'll still be playing, just to be clear. We're just closing the new submissions. Whoops. I missed that. That's going to throw off timing a bit. Okay, let me close the queue first. We'll play everybody who is remaining. And let me just update my stream information to reflect this accurately. On display. Hopefully everything on the production side with the sound and video is still okay. Like I said, it has improved recently, so hopefully that will remain the case. Oops, missed a ground pound coming out of the pipe. I think it was actually early on the ground pound input. That's why it was missed. Nope, too early. Oh, I didn't think I was actually going to make that long jump. I thought it was early on it, so... Poor reaction time coming out of that. Nope, too late. I don't know if it's the wall jumps that were slow or the shot timing that just didn't line up. But actually, pretty slow in the jump coming out of the bottom exclamation block as well. That's where we lost some time after the shot that we needed to take. Whoops. So some things are very timing sensitive here for sure. And we just need to accommodate that. Nope, too late. Yeah, I can tell by the timer we're close to the finish. Need to tighten up my jumps, basically. Almost. We were sluggish in the wall jumps again because I was slow in the shot down below. I hesitated too much for the shot just below the wall jumps. I could tell that was a problem. And my wall jumps are always usually a little bit on the slow side anyway. Nope, slow. Slow and low, actually. It seems like I'm coming in too low on the wall jumps relative to the coin markers. Whoops. Wrong input there. Timing felt pretty smooth up to that point, but... when it lines up, it works really smoothly. Oh, we missed a shot. And we need to be really quick about that whole series of interactions. Whoops. After we shoot it, and then ground pound down to the lower exclamation block. That's the time-sensitive pocket that I'm too slow at right now, so... Nope, too slow. I could tell where I was losing a bit of time there, actually, with the jump, so... just have to tighten up that whole interaction. Nope, missed a shot. Nope. I think I'm consistently a little bit low on that jump anyway, but... some of the early stuff is working a lot more consistently. Yeah, I'm firing that shot late on the jump, as far as I can tell, or I'm not holding down the jump button long enough. Because releasing Y without releasing B is still a problem for me sometimes, as I know from many Kaizo levels with Shell Tech. Whoops. We'll try it. Whoops. Missed a jump. Yeah, it looks doable to me. I just need to clean up that last timing. Nope. I was trying to jump out of it, but I missed the input for some reason, or it was too late on it. I was completely prepared for that, but timing just wasn't right. Oh, look at that. I hesitated a bit on the last shot and nearly missed a timer because I ran smack into the wall first before I realized I had to blast it. But that's why there's an extra second of wiggle room, and that's why we appreciate it. So, thank you so much, Redox. Yeah, lost the better part of a second over that, but we still had enough room to make it, so I will take the clear. Okay, Red Benny. Looks like you are still here. Thank you so much for waiting patiently. We will take a look. If you could check it in chat, that would be great, but I do see you on the list, so we're asking about this. That's assuming the code is going to go through. There we go. As a Mario World. 0.92, 237 record. Yeah, we'll see. And after that is Smale, Optic, Nintendo Pad, Winster, Exec runs. Yeah. We'll try to put a reasonable time into it. We'll see if it's within reach. Okay. You kind of need forward momentum to do that, so we want to go from up top. It's not timing sensitive. It's we got 300 seconds, so let's just get on top, possibly even on the ice, but we'll see. Where's the game sound? Oh, did it choke just now? We'll reset it. We didn't have problems earlier, but maybe it just died on me, so let's fix it. Thanks for letting me know. I hope we didn't lose too much sound earlier. Yeah, like I said, we haven't had this issue too much recently, but it is still helpful for viewers to report it as soon as it becomes a problem. And hopefully the synchronization is okay. Because sometimes when I reset it, the synchronization can be slightly off. Yeah, the problem happens to you too? Yeah. We've had it as an issue on a stream for the longest time, and it's partly because my computer is a little bit under spec for streaming at higher quality. Yeah, at least we know what kind of distance we have to cover at this point. Hang on. Let's wait for it to fire. If we stand on the ice, we can in fact wait for it to fire first and still make it on top of the first cannonball. But yeah, there's some performance throttling that happens sometimes, and audio handshakes on HDMI cables are also pretty finicky anyway. Particularly because I've got enough stuff plugged in at this point that my whole audio setup is pretty complex. It is an Elgato HD60. It is not the S Plus. I think it's even older than that. But yeah, because you know, Elgato with the older cards anyway, they wanted you to use their proprietary software, so you needed an extra plugin to get it to talk to OBS. And I think that's what the point of failure is. That the software that interfaces between the Elgato card and OBS is where things choke. It might... I didn't know it was an issue with the Switch specifically. But it's true that back when I was streaming a bit on Wii U a little bit, that I didn't have these problems either. So maybe it is something on the Switch side too. Yeah, most of the time I wouldn't have been able to know if that was the case because I'm pretty much streaming exclusively on the Switch. And yeah, Red Benny, we're here at long last. Okay, this looks promising. And then, whoop. Okay. That drop. We'll see about that because didn't expect a little precision bit all of a sudden out of a more platformy level up to that point. Because yeah, you would kind of need to drop in and then hang right midway through the jump, I think. Like, just basically push one pixel over and then carry some of that forward momentum into the jump towards the Koopa. Hang on. Let's do this again. There we go. Bit of a timing check here, but got it, and then... Nope. let's not do a correction jump. I have a habit of jumping to correct my position because that's what every professional platformer has trained me to do, including all of mainline Mario. Tends to give you tons of headroom to do that kind of thing, but Mario Maker, not so much. Right on a tip of the arrow there. Whoops, too much backwards correction. Yeah, we'll see if we can clear it. It's close to 1%, it's probably doable, but some things we'll need to learn. Okay, let's wait a bit. Here we go. Oh, it's okay. This is less time sensitive. Okay, and then we need to watch our heads here. Can we hit these question blocks? It's just coins, alright. We needed a shell here, didn't we? Or did we just spin jump? Spin jump's gonna hit. Actually, no, or we could jump off the bomb. Like, we let the bomb walk over and we bounce off the bomb. But it looks like we probably need to use the bomb for something. Although, maybe not, because the bomb could break all of those hard blocks, and maybe that would not be the intended interaction, but we'll see. Kind of feels like we were supposed to deflect a shell to make that, but hard to say because you'd be going down off the block. Be a bit tricky. I feel like jumping off the bomb until we know otherwise is probably the best approach. Bomb does take long enough to walk over that I suspect is needed for a different interaction at that point, so we'll go back to it and we'll see. Whoops. Yeah, we'll make a reasonable number of attempts at this. It's probably doable, but we just need to read it properly first. Too much backwards correction again, so let's not do so much of that. I can't just ride it forward. I do need to pull back slightly from what I'm seeing here, but we'll try this again. Whoops, no, that was a bad jump. Slightly awful jump, in fact. Oh. Sometimes we just know it's not going to go. Nope, let's do it again. And of course, if you find yourself off the central column, it is a little bit tricky to get back on. Restart is probably just the best option. And pulled back a little too aggressively. Gotta correct for that. There we go. A lot of it is just the entry timing for this. Just let it fire slightly first, I think. Yeah, once you run up to the cannons, you do have to get up right away because the column is a little too much to deal with. Oh, overshot. Okay. Run over. Get over there while everything still lines up somewhat. Yeah, we do know that as long as we're careful about tapping our way over, getting down past those spikes isn't that bad. Whoops. That's wrong. Nope, let's do it again. Okay. Again. a moment. Okay. Yeah, if we get the entry timing here done correctly, then good for a while, but that time was a bit early. We should let it fire first, and go immediately off the ice. No, hang on. Yeah, you need a pretty good sense of timing for that much of a distance between the jump and the shot you need to land on. I should just do it by watching the clock and finding the optimal second to do it. Sprinting on the ground? Oh, you mean... Yeah, no, I tried to wrap around from the front side previously, and it didn't seem to work as well. Like, the thing about this is that it has worked maybe before, but then, of course, it might also start me a little too far to the left. Because it gives me a little bit of distance, right? So... And you can tell when positioning is just not going to work. No, because I was thinking about running ahead of the cannonballs early on and blocking them that way, but it didn't seem to work so well. That's okay, we'll try our method. We just need to find the right positioning for it, right timing. But yeah, this might be slightly less timing dependent to do it this way, but... No, I think you have to trail the cannonballs because the landing otherwise is pain. There is the initial drag from the ice, of course, if you're trying to line up the timing properly. There we go. And we are. There we go. Nope, need to tap it lightly, just single tap. Because you need to get down around that corner first before you go any further. There we are. Better. Whoops, undershot just slightly. Yeah, I didn't temp pad, I noted a creator, but I defy creators' instructions all the time. That's how I play video games. Also because with a lot of tech in this game that very often, sometimes the intended way is not the way I find easiest. So if I find a way that works for me, I'm going to use it. And as you can see, this does work for me as long as the initial timing is okay, which is going to be a challenge anyway, right? So... Oops. Yeah, I'm not somebody who plays precision well myself, like when it comes to any of those one-shot gaps. Oops. Not the kind of thing we do well. I mean, there's a skill set to it, but... Not something we often see in conjunction with... Yeah, jumps as well. I think very often, you know, if you're going to see precision in a level, it's going to be all precision all the time because it knows its audience. Hang on. I can tell that's a little too far to the left. I'm looking at the top cannonball in relation to the tip of the first arrow. Ideally, we land on it slightly past the first arrow. Whoops. Like that. And that's actually slightly short because of the momentum correction. You know, this is meant to be a recreation of the Super Mario World hack? Yeah. Oh, you mean the original Kaizo Mario world, right? Is that what you're talking about? Yeah, because... Yeah, the original Kaizo Mario world hack for which the term Kaizo was named. But yeah, the spike hitboxes are pretty rough in Maker 2. Come on, let's do it again. Yeah, I never actually played the original hack. I have watched it before, but it's not something I know well. I mean, there are a lot of individual elements from it that I recognize, but maybe not levels themselves so much. Whoops. Yeah, you get a precision level hard skip because it raises you easily to throw your controller to the other side of the room, which of course, ironically, would be imprecise. I've never been a controller throwing person. I'm too precious about my belongings to really break things. But I understand what you mean. Well, precision is something that's for a very specific audience, and I've definitely seen... I think the issue I have with precision sometimes is that, you know, if you don't really have the skill set for it, then a lot of it feels like pixel level trial and error, where past a certain point of you're just repeating the same block over and over. You don't really see more game design, right? But sometimes I do see precision where the obstacles actually do have this kind of design intent behind them that's very unique, and that's when it's fun. So. Okay, we're going to drop off that bomb. Because we can. And because we... Okay. It looks like that's got to be the intended method. It's not going to be a shell deflection, I don't think. Why do people have this problem with precision and not other hard levels like Shell Kaizo? Because it's... it's hard to convey the idea that precision actually is a skill set that's within your control. I've seen some people actually do manage to communicate that. There was somebody a while ago who was sending me levels that were kind of precision trainers, which was interesting, in that they were trying to teach you things like how to do a particular kind of pixel lineup. And again, hard for a level to communicate that intrinsically without somebody coaching you through it in chat. But with something like Shell Kaizo, you can kind of see what it is you're working on, and you can see a sense of progress. Whereas with a lot of precision, I think often it feels like, you know, either you make the pixel or you don't. And like either you tap the input for the right amount of time or you don't. And it feels like you have a lot less agency that way because there's less room to move. Go for the high hard block. Maybe so. Yeah, we'll just put in a few more attempts on this because, of course, we do have the queue to get through, so... Like I said, we'll try to put in a reasonable number of attempts to see how far we get. The other thing about something like Shell Kaizo is that even though it's a step above what most official platformers will ever challenge you to do, it does still feel continuous with the platforming skill set, whereas with precision, it does feel distinctly like you're playing a whole other genre. In the same way that, you know, when you do puzzles, and I love puzzles, and we've played them a lot on the stream, you can see why people sometimes also have a visceral and negative reaction towards puzzles if it's just not the game that they want to play, right? Because it does feel like its own game and its own skill set entirely, and either you find satisfaction in working on it or you don't. Okay, we're going to be off the timing here, but that's okay, we can still make it. Whoops, bit of a slip up. What do you need to control jump to 2-frame accuracy or land a 2-frame shell trick? I think it does make a difference subjectively. Like, in terms of your sense of how in control you are. Like, there are a lot of things that are going to affect a person's perception of difficulty that are kind of intangible, that, you know, like sometimes things, even in standard platforming, can feel claustrophobic or feel roomy because of cosmetic reasons, or because of the way indicators are laid out, or the way things are set up aesthetically when it comes to visibility. Like, there are a lot of little things that, you know, they're kind of formally equivalent when it comes to the difficulty of the jumps involved, but where there's just enough of an effect from player psychology in terms of your sense of how much control you have over the situation that is going to affect how pleasant they find the experience, right? So we can try to make it off of here, but I don't think it gives me enough distance. Thank you for the follow. Yeah, only a few more attempts on this, I think, because we have not been back to the bomb in some time. That seems to be the extent of what I can do here. Okay. So tap and then we pull over. Here we go. Oh yeah, there's a guy going down there on the parachute. We were supposed to hit him, probably. And have some additional momentum. That's okay, we'll try to do it with the bomb. Again. It's almost certainly wrong, but worth a try. Okay, we'll probably tap it at this point. I wanted to go back to the bomb to try that one more time, but we'll see how far we were. Yeah, the bomb is kind of right around a halfway point. You can see where the dip is under the heart blocks. A couple of bombs floating down. Surely you don't need to use all of them, so... And yeah, I can see how if you go up the Koopa at its hardest point, you can probably make it over the top. But then you still have the later obstacles with the spikes to deal with. Blue pipe at the end. Yeah, who's got the clears so far? Jeez, Bob's got it, yeah. Anyway, thank you so much, Benny. We'll admit defeat on that one today. Mail 64. Check the list. Yeah, I do want to make sure we get through everybody in a reasonable time. Again, we'll try to put in a decent number of attempts, even if something is slightly out of reach for me. So we can show things off properly. 1-1 level for a contest. And of course it contains a heart path, but let's see what we can uncover. Yeah, I've seen enough other players, particularly other streamers on Twitch and other makers who for some reason love precision, that no such a thing as love and precision exists. And it's one of those things where it is actually kind of satisfying to watch somebody who is good at it. Tempted, but you know, the spectator experience and the player experience are very different in some ways. That's true of Kaizo as well, in fact. This is very much like original SMB3 in some ways, despite the layout changes. And then this would alternatively be gated off by damage boost if you just have a mushroom, but we'll check it anyway and see what's in here. Because, yeah, if you just have a mushroom here, maybe you don't do so well. I assume that near the end I'll want to grab the POW, unless the point was to use the POW to drop a ton of coins or something. You know what? We're going to grab it, even at the expense of Leaf. Okay. And we'll see what having the POW gets me. Not much, actually. I don't know if that was supposed to be the hard path or the easy path, but... this looks like P-switch business over here, but... anyway, we'll take it. Part SMB3, part Yoshi's Island. Yeah, yeah. I can kind of see what you're going for with that. I don't know if there's anything specific, since we did this rather quickly, I don't know if there's anything specific that you want me to look at in terms of a path. I can repeat the overworld path quickly if you want, because it's really quick, so we might as well see it without the pipe. Yeah. I'm not going to make you wait a whole week to see 1-1 done as a 1-1. Okay. Also, we should try out some SMB3 flight. Nope, we can't because we hit that. But we should probably do it on another attempt. We might as well explore a bit more too. In very sloppy fashion. Down the flower garden. Very plentiful here. I rather like the vine layout there aesthetically, in fact, that seemed to work out rather well. And of course there's a way to get back out. Yeah, I can definitely see, by the way, that you put a lot into the ground tile doodads here in terms of trying to evoke the flower garden in certain places. Let's see if we can get the jump off the Goomba as it spawns to get up here. Yeah, we can. Oh, there we go. Okay. So much for the top layer over there. Expected world record should be 20 or 30 seconds using a hard path. Yeah. Yeah, that's what you tested in the checking process. Okay, so this is going to be something one time, but then it's one of those where you pick your bonus and it gates this off afterwards, I see. I'm of course wondering if you loop around and take the POW block here. Ah. Let's say you took the POW block, wrapped around to this part of the level for some ungodly reason, and entered a pipe. Then you come over here, you used a POW block. That would prevent these hard blocks from breaking, right? And then this gate doesn't open, and then you get stuck here. I mean, that's if you know, do the convoluted thing of bothering to escort a POW all the way back here, but it is theoretically lockable. You can't use the POWs, why not? Is there a forced drop to come back here, or... hang on. Because if you have the Tanuki Leaf, and you manage to get the POW without taking damage, you can come back here anytime you like, right? And you just flutter with it. If you drop out of this location. You can't use the POWs in a hard path, yes, but you can still take the POW out with you, and if you don't do it the way I did, you can come out of here with the I mean, this is a lock that I don't think is a particularly serious lock to fix. It's just something that theoretically exists. Which, unless you're deliberately trying to look for something like that, obviously it's not going to happen. But it is theoretically possible, from what I can see, to kind of lock yourself in that room. But anyway, that's just a bit of theory we're mapping out in our head. Okay. So yeah. Alright, hope that was sufficient in terms of giving you a sense of the flow. And speaking of power-related locks and cheese, you had to make a thing where you had to use the POW block so you couldn't cheese a boss with it. I think I follow. But anyway, Optic. Let's take a look at what you have. Is this going to be a world continuation? Like we saw earlier on the stream. If it is, as before, we'll do about a 15-minute chunk minimum if the levels happen to be really short. Just so people behind you know how it works around here. Not going to take forever, but we will dial in a couple levels at once if it's convenient to do so. Boat ride with POWs on the side, and you had to grab a POW to enter the pipe. Yeah, I've seen something like that before. I think I know what you mean by that. This is the 3D world level that you had mentioned with the Ant Troopers. Also, I'm down to 3 lives, so let's not be excessively careless. Oh, we'll do the bonus levels, just not necessarily on this sitting. We don't leave stones unturned around here. Okay, so the slow path is relatively slow. There probably is a fast cycle through it, but do this instead, and then get all the way in. And then we'll need to toggle another switch to get back there using the Ant Troopers that we see here. Now, there's a bit of a long gap here, so if we don't go right away, we do need to wait. Whoops. Optic, we'll see what makes sense here, depending on how long we take on the individual levels. Whoops. Yeah, you basically have to go quickly on the first cycle to have an efficient path, otherwise you find yourself having to stall a little bit. Then let's see how we do. Yeah, let's maybe not do that. I said a bit of a long gap after the second end there. Let's just try to do this quickly to demonstrate that we can. Yeah, you kind of need to fall into this first one immediately to have this be convenient. So if you go for the 10 coin, basically you do need to wait for the next cycle completely. Because you do need the 4 ends in close proximity, or at least 3 in a row to have this work out well. Okay. Rather like, by the way, how the background glass pipe initially, before the parallax kicks in, actually kind of connects with the red blocks here. It looks really neat. Until you scroll the screen and break it. Might as well go for this. Whoops. Long gap is due to the spikes being too close to the bottom. Oh yeah, with their initial spawning position. Yeah, because I guess you're building everything in the bottom half here. to keep everything constrained.
Goody.
Oh, this is auto scroll. We should have paid attention to that. And we lost a checkpoint. That's okay. We'll get back to it right away, so it's not a big deal. One coin away from a life. I actually didn't notice that. Turns out those things can matter from time to time. Yeah, maybe on the first cycle you could make it across, but it does mean there's a big gap between doing this efficiently and having to do it slowly. Maybe there was a way to space that, make it work a little better, but I don't know how much real estate you have left to work with this level. That was... Well, Judge, audio is spazzing out. Yeah, we'll reset it again. Bad about that. It was okay. Or let's just fix it. Thanks for letting me know. We want to get people clean footage of their levels whenever possible. Okay. Should be okay, at least for now. Hopefully it stays. Let me know if the sync is way off or anything. Or the pitch. And we were doing so well. Yeah, let me know if it sounds better. Should have worked. Nope, that's not going to make it. You do need 3 ants at least, so if you fall into the first one right away when you come in, you can do it. Yeah, sometimes little things like that, there are ways to redesign them to make the flow a little better. You know, so you have a bit of a gentler gradient between slow play and fast play. Yeah. No need to rush past the auto scroll too quickly here. We see what's above us. Let's be careful with the camera. 50 coin over there. I feel like we've missed the opportunity here. It's going to scroll too quickly for me to get in and back out. Ordinarily, I'd like to try for it, but... And that's it. We'll have time for at least one more in the Super Bowl here. Internet just cut out. Yeah, do let me know if it sounds better. No, that's what I was saying. The audio is okay. Okay, we'll keep going for 1 or 2 more if we can do them quickly. And then we can get to the next submission from the Nintendo Pad after that. Which one is 2-2? The one... I mean, I can't tell which one is which, right, from just looking at the map, but I would assume that the one that's kind of in the main sequence towards the castle would be it. Yeah, Nintendo Pad we'll get to you next. Super Worlds we kind of do in a bit of a chunk. So... Because if people are sending me, you know, a lot of quick traditional levels, I don't want to just play them for a minute and make them wait a whole week. Okay, this is a race against a bomb track. And then... Whoops, that was a mistake. Unfortunately, because they're hard blocks, they're not going to reset. Which means that is a bit of a locking issue, basically. Well, it's an SD lock. Self-destruct. So, you know, either you, in a situation like this, would ordinarily want to make it so that it's not reversible, such that, whoops, the player can't actually just reset through the pipe, and then face death anyway, or do it with vine blocks, so the blocks actually do respawn. Because generally you don't want a situation where a player can look like a situation is salvageable, only to realize that it is in fact impossible from that point. Anyway, we can be fairly quick about this segment as long as we don't lose to stuff like that. Whoops. Oddly enough, this is doable. Because we were riding the Muncher while we had invincibility frames. A bit too slow on this though. Although, oddly enough, if we did have a power-up, we could have ridden the Muncher up again. We wanted to do it that way before it dropped off the track. Yeah, I mean vines in question blocks, which would have the same effect, and which is something very often used in situations like that. Yeah, but basically the ground pound doesn't matter if you have the blocks arranged in squares, right? Oh, yeah, no, it does matter because it would spawn the vines up, that's true. That is a good point. So the better solution is to just not make it resettable, right? Like, make it so that it's a one-way drop out of the pipes. Okay, we'll do this quickly and then we'll move on. And yeah, next time you submit, we'll try out the optional level that you told me is longer. Anyway, yes, it's a gravity reversal level. Too bad about the camera just kind of aggressively pulling you up like that, though. Okay, let's do this. Then... I guess we can reverse down to that door. Yeah, with the top layer there, it feels like there was supposed to be a scroll stop on the row to basically maintain visibility and to also maintain the effect of the gravity swap, because the camera issue there actually does kind of break the flow of it a bit. But there's the key. Only doable if you have the flower, so maybe this is an optional path, but we'll take it and see what's going on. Yeah, I don't know if you just had a gap in a ceiling or something else that you couldn't quite line up, but the illusion of the level does improve substantially if you don't have that camera issue. Anyway, we will... Oh, we landed on top of the semi-solid. Hang on. There we go. Progress over here. Oh, we... I was trying to ground pound this, but I guess not. Oh, whoops, no. Didn't want to do that. That's okay, we'll... not get that, I suppose. Alright, but it seems like we found an alternate path, so... Yeah, the scroll stop is only going to work if you have a complete line of the ground tiles or hard blocks. So if you have a, it's possible that you might have a slope breaking it. Maybe. The slope should work though, but sometimes slope tiles have some issues. I don't know. I'd have to see it in the editor to know what's wrong, so. Anyway, we'll move on for now. So, thank you for that. Next time you're able to submit, if we continue, we'll look at the Otherworld 2 level and possibly the castle. Sizable progress today over a couple of segments. And, oh yeah, sorry about it, Object. Let me approve the link and you can repost that. The bot is pretty aggressive about the link filter. I should have put it in the chat rules just to be clear to people, but... Yeah, Nintendo, I suspect it's a slope issue. Speaking of Nintendo, let's take a look. Thank you so much for your patience. You've been waiting a long time. Oh, did I mistype this? RS. B, is that a 5 or an S? That's an S. Do let me know what's wrong with the code because I can't seem to tell. I always look for things like B and 8 and S and 5 and other such confusions. So yeah, I'll just sit here for a moment while you figure out what's going on with your code. Yeah. Take your time, we will make sure we get you in. And yeah, we'll look at the level viewer for that afterwards. I can't really inspect it right now while I'm streaming. So yeah, we'll wait for Pat's code and see what's going on otherwise. Windstor and exec runs after that, and that'll be a nice way to finish. Old code? Yeah. Oh, I guess you had to re-upload. Yeah, let me know what new one is. 7J0. Okay, let's see if this works. Spike Palace of Spirits. Ah, yes, that's right, the Zelda level we were talking about. Linkio seeks advice from the spirits in the Spiky Palace. Let's see it. We haven't really done anything puzzly today, so it'll be nice to have a dungeon in the mix. And what's this say? I'm kind of reading this as NP, but with the letters merging into each other, so it's not NP complete. Oh, Nintendo, yeah, of course. That's your monogram. And then you have a dungeon map over here. It'll be nice if the dungeon map is actually purposeful. I guess maybe the on switch is that you are here. Because I always like seeing the mini-maps in Zelda dungeons, but I find that it's only been with a minority of them that we've actually used it for puzzle purposes. So, anyway, we've got a bunch of heart blocks over here we can break. I should have checked the last room, actually, before we go down, but I'm pretty sure it's just this room where I'm going to be doing that. Let's break everything. Where this breaks some things. Okay, just to left. NP is your signature logo. Yeah, I figured that out late. But glad I recognized that. Okay, up we go. Interestingly enough, by the way, this looks like it's totally destructible, right? Is that gonna ruin something? Let's see. Well, we'll see. That was not smart? Yeah, I know. But it looks like it was supposed to spawn something that would pop up here and then give you a platform, right? Is that the idea? Because then you would dial this. Ah, I see. And it's supposed to give you something. Yeah, I broke it. But just so you know, because we've seen that actually as an intended puzzle solution in other Zelda levels before, that you want to be aware of that as something breakable. That the bomb being within 2 tiles, even when Link is holding it, is actually a pretty common thing that you have to check for. And maybe it's not that well known because, like I said, it has been something I've seen as a puzzle solution before, and that's why we had to think about trying it. Of course, if I'd bothered to read the layout first, it would have been obvious what was supposed to happen if you tap that block on the side. Yeah, it's not like we're past checkpoint anyway, so, you know, taking a death is just equivalent to resetting. But anyway, we have that now. I guess maybe there's no... Okay, it does match up, so you know what? We'll do this first. Ah, yes, it looks like you're supposed to have the on-off state change here, so the spike ball is trapped in the middle so you can do the ground pound. So we'll look for the on-off switch. Yeah, I suppose the note block is actually the UR here, and you're looking for the on-off switch. And so to right side, if you manage to go up, that would be the cursed key. Because right now we're at the T-junction on the map. We can go up and hit the switch, or we can go left for the first key, which we can also do. So it is a useful map, which is nice. Naturally, we're going to drop this guy. Then break everything here, and then dash. Nope, don't want to overshoot here. Whoops. Okay, let's go over here. Looks like it's probably going to drop you back through the door. Okay, this is going to be a survival timer. You can tell because with the muncher over to P. So we just do a little bit of defense over here until the P switch kills Boom Boom for the key. The timing's pretty generous on these, at least, so... Okay, there we go. It looked like we were about to get squashed there, but... That's why the P-switch activates when it does, and... Now why would we want to do that? If there's a reason to drop there and take damage... But it looks like it might just be death, right? I know this bomb is fine if we soft drop it. Okay. Yeah, then we're back through here at a junction, or... But with a state switch, which means we can now go for... And other thing. I was wondering about the hard block, like the crush block that's breakable by the blades there after checkpoint. I'm not sure I actually understand what's going on with that. Also, this stuff, by the way, this is actually still all breakable, even in this state where you can, whoops, totally lock yourself at this point. Although you would respawn at checkpoint by taking damage if you do that, I guess. Because if we don't need anything out here, we could just bomb it and go, but I guess that's why you have the blades there, because if you do recognize that that's a lock, then yeah. Okay. Oops, no. You need to restart challenge, which we can do. Yeah, let's just tap our way up. We'll grab the key first, and then there'll be a bit of a Phanto chase until we get to the next key door. Why would we want to do that? Yeah, if you take damage here, then you just get Link on the other side, right? So that's fine. And then you would just blow this up. And of course, at any point, you can just slam the stump if you want to slam the on-off switch, but what if we want to do that? Key over there. Okay, we just need to send something across, send myself across, perhaps. Let's see. Yeah, because you do need to on-off switch here, and then it looks like you would need to drop a bomb from. No, because there's the semi-solid there, so. No, I think we're fine then. We can just... Except we can't actually go through this. Unless we drop this. So then what is the point? Oh, I see. Okay, no. Let's respawn this. I didn't even look at this one-way panel. Pokey over here. Probably not correct either. No, you need to Pokey to walk over. That's the idea. You need to lower the Pokey by just enough that it walks. So we shouldn't have killed it completely. And of course, because you can't actually assign different sound effects to different Pokey segments, that's not going to be something that you can have an audio cue for. You just need to know it. Okay, we walk it over, and we escort it. Oh, except if it's trapped. Yeah, you actually need the helmet to bump it. That's what it is. Because you need to bump it over to the next layer. Okay, good that it's completely resettable. That's nice to have, although you would need to outrun it quickly enough to bump it, right? So maybe we shouldn't get it yet. We go across, we grab the helmet. But if you have the helmet, you're sort of stuck here, but because you can only tap this on this side if you don't have the helmet. So yeah, hence the stumps. So you do need to do this relatively quickly, and you can't really do it in a different order. But and yeah, you'd have to do this pretty quickly to get back here in time. But you only need to hit the first switch, basically, and then why would you want to hit the second one? Because once you hit the second one, then you can bump this. Okay, we're going to have time issues here. We should in fact not tap it, we should use the arrow shot. Or even a bomb for the last segment, like for 2 segments here, because then that way... Oh, whoops. Then you get back here. Then... Yeah, we're going to run into time issues, like I said, but... We'll do this interaction anyway, and... see what we can do for that. Okay. We run from Fento, we've got 25 seconds to do something useful with this. We'll see if we can make it. Was there another key door here? Or... Actually, I guess... Yeah, you would need to keep Link and you would need to bust through all this and hit the pals and go through. Okay, I understand. Why this again? I actually don't know, but we'll check it. Okay, no, you just have to die there if you lose that. Because I guess if you hit the P-switch and you let it expire, then you have to take the death and insta crush block. Oops. Oops, come on. Soft drop. There we go. Anyway, let's do both keys. Or, no, we already have the on-off swap. So we don't need to do that. The whole point was the on-off swap. Top, yep, so we can continue. And because the checkpoint accounts for that. Which is nice. Then, yeah, it'll be back through here to eventually plug in the cursed key once we have it. Survive a rather lengthy Fento chase, at least until we get back to where we need. Yeah, and that's also the reason why we can't just bomb the switches, because we already have a bomb out in the open. Also, I missed. We need to do one additional tap. That's okay. If we place the bomb here so it doesn't blow up too much, then we can still... Actually, it doesn't matter at this point. We don't really need that to be 3 segments tall. We just need it to be alive enough to make it over. So it actually doesn't matter as long as you don't outright kill the whole thing. How much health it has. Whoops. Wrong way. Luckily, one-way panel will save us once again. Okay. Then we'll rush our way down. And yeah, because of the spawn position there, I guess that's... Spike ball will just break. Because of its initial rolling direction when you get in there. Oh, okay, that's fine. We can just... dip without resetting. Yeah, nice use of Fento, which is not something we get to say that often. Oh, okay. That's okay, we'll just get out. Ah, problem. No sword. And... yeah, no, that's a forced death, actually. That's an unwinnable situation if you... lose in that room. That's too bad. Wasn't clear to me that it would be an unwinnable situation, but when you blow through it, it does become one. And in general, I'm not too keen on unwinnable conditions like that where you get yourself into self-destruct blocks where you kind of have to rely on the player becoming aware that they can't continue, but of course it becomes obvious when you look at it. There's always this moment of, I suppose I can't do it. Whoops. Bad bump. Yeah, this was a pretty satisfying room, this one here. You just need to see enough of it to understand what the sequence will be, and then later on it's... Did I not get the key? Okay. Interesting that it just bumped repeatedly like that. We'll get out. Oh, whoops, jumped a little too high there. Oops. Oops, too much. I guess that's the reaction you're trying to get for this. Oh, quite good last time about not jumping too high there, but you can only do so much. Hardest room to de-cheese, yeah. See that. Nope, nope, no, we're dead. Okay. That's too bad. What if you continue with the P-switch still active? I don't think that affects anything. Always worth checking. Nah, it won't affect anything this deep in. Okay, do it again. Whoops. Massively overshot that one. Okay. Plenty of time at least. You kind of have to know the helmet is coming. Like, it's not something that people are likely to get on the first try, I think, simply because unless you've gone far enough to see the helmet, you won't really know what's going on. And that's okay. I mean, it is a Zelda-style puzzle. It's often the case where first time through your room until you've seen the elements in play, you're going to just a situation that requires you to reset. It's actually very old school Zelda in some ways, like back to 2D Zeldas, like Link to the Past, where if you have blocks that you're pushing around, it's possible to, you know, just push them to the wrong place and have to restart it. Whoops. Yeah, because you do need to see this room in its entirety and scroll over before you see what the solution is, which is not a problem, it's just an observation. That you're not going to do this blindly, nor should you expect to. So there we go. Yeah, doesn't need to be on screen to spawn a key. Yeah, let's not make as much of a fiasco out of this next segment this time. Take it somewhat patiently. Maybe not that patiently. There we go, actually made it quickly this time. And once we blow that up, we're... Okay, notice that if we do this in a single segment without having to reset at a checkpoint, that this is not an issue. It's only an issue if we respawn from checkpoint. What are we doing here? Through here? That's with the initial entrance, right? And then... No. We actually want something to the left of this room. Why left? Ah, and up. Yeah. Hence the map. So in that sense, the map is useful. It does tell you which pipes to bother checking. Whoops. Totally didn't watch this. Well, we might as well... Oops. I was about to say, might as well hit the boss, but... Anyway, big number 5 here. I don't know if it's supposed to be boss 5 in your sequence or something. If you... a set of dungeons that you're working with. Oh no, 5 hits probably. 5 hits. Sure. Yeah, because it seems like it's possible to lead missiles over, and then, yeah, 5 hits with the on-off switches, that's what it is. Because it's probably possible to get the mecha hits to hit the on-off switches for you. To lead them into the right position. So even if you lose Link, I wonder if it is completable in that way, and it's worth attempting. Particularly with a large missile. Why can't we just tap the mecha this way and then... Oops. Okay, so we do have a finite number of swords as far as I can tell, and then... As we tap the big mecha, we don't deal with the big missile. It does simplify a few things. Oh, okay. Interesting that we have the key. I didn't realize we hit 5. But anyway... So much for the Master Sword. We'll have to come out of here empty-handed. Yeah, some fun ideas in there for sure. Rather like how the boss there is meant to evoke Moldorm as well. Yeah, some segments are a little bit heavy on the SD locks for my liking, but definitely some pretty interesting patterns in there, particularly with the Phantom Escape, and of course the Pokey Room, I think, is a big highlight. So, thank you for that, Nintendo Pat. Winstur, thank you for waiting for so long. Let me know which level you want played if this is your maker code. Latest one? Okay, we'll do it. Wins challenge number 2. Mash left or right before you get killed. Okay. 10 seconds. Must be a boo thing if it's mashing left or right. Or you just have to freeze boos in place or something. Oh. I guess maybe you hold up into the first door? Ah, no, okay, you just need to dodge this completely. Then why mash left or right? Oh, I see, because then it positions you out here. And then... But then how do you get out? So, can you get out? Oh, no, you kind of have to go... Alright, I can't quite see what's going on because it's dark, but the thwomp, I think, is going to cover that immediately, so you do need to get in there fast. Just go up right away. Okay, so I am holding right into that, and then we'll dash into that as well, and then go up. Well, we'll see about that. There we go. And then you get a drop here. 1 second. But there's a timer on this. Oh, I guess, yeah, because then there would be an on-off switch that drops you onto the flagpole. That's what it is. Okay. Oh, it stalled for a moment there. Well, about a second away, so... I'm doing this with my standard mash method, which is to do a piano troll on the controller, basically. Like, use my index and middle finger to try to tap the D-pad, which usually works. But in this instance, no. Reminds me of back in Maker 1, and I know that I usually run this stream on Saturday/Sunday, the same time that Orator does his OpenCube, because I used to watch his stream a lot before I started streaming, and there's one particular guy who would send these mashing levels to him all the time. Except those were, you know, usually 500 seconds long, and you would just have to mash appropriately. Nope. Stalled a bit too much there. I think we need to use both hands, actually. Like, have a thumb on each, and then have a little more control. So, the challenge in this level is how to hold the controller so you don't give yourself strain injury. Almost. I'm actually trying to use both thumbs at this point. I'm using the Super Nintendo pad, and so I don't know. Maybe the D-pad is a little too big for this relative to... Yeah. Oh, whoops, I accidentally jumped. I was trying to get the controller into a different position, too. I'm actually placing my controller on a table now to try to attempt a different method of holding this. Right. Something that takes a little bit of physical adjustment to do, which you're not going to see on camera, but we'll try to make it happen. Once I get the door entry, of course. Oh no, we're losing too much with this. We're losing too many inputs along the way. This is going to be a death. 2 seconds, that's not a good attempt. Okay. But it does make sense to try to hold the controller in a stable position, like on a table, to minimize any issues from the controller itself moving in your hands. So. Too slow. Not enough control over this. Well, we got it down to 1 second a few times. But we'll need to do just a little better. Nope. The left one seems to be approaching me a little faster. I don't know if that's consistently going to be the case with the positioning here, but... The way I'm correcting for that is to actually hold left as I enter the door, so we face the left one first to stall it, because I did see it approaching sooner. That was at 0 seconds, we almost made it. So basically I hold left after the door entrance, so we start with facing left, and then it seems like it controls the position a little better. Look at Boo above me, kind of facing with me, just to add a bit of an extra visual effect. There we go. That did it. Yeah, so that was with my right hand on the D-pad, index finger on D-pad left, middle finger on D-pad right, and you just do a piano twirl on it. And that seemed to give me the best control. World record, look at that. Probably by a matter of frames, but... yeah, thank you for that. And moreover, I didn't completely wreck my wrist on doing this, but... Did I match your clear check time? Not 459. Yeah, I actually did match the clear check. So, that worked out. Anyway, let's mark that as a win. And let's close off the stream today with exec runs. So yeah, you're the last one today. We'll try to take our time with it. Because you told me equivalent to Team Champ 3, well, I think we can do it. Let's see. Pipeline. This level does indeed contain pipes. Imagine that. It's going to be pretty close to 30 seconds. I imagine it is going to be a 30-second limit on it with an auto scroll, so see how well we do it. No, we need to grab the boot. Probably skim time by jumping just before the blue block disappears. Interesting. Yeah. I'm able to take the boot, I would think, because it would allow me to... If you intersect with the boot first, you'd be able to bounce off of this as long as you hold jump and come out of it that way. Because you would need to bounce out of the boot in order to grab Divine after that, so... And because it's auto-scroll, as long as you're on pace, well, let's see how flexible it is. The auto-scroll... I think we need to jump directly over, actually. But no, we'll land on the coin. The coin does seem to indicate that's the target here, as long as we hold jump quickly enough. Yeah, we actually do need to hold into this. I don't know why I'm missing that. Oh, because, yeah, once it undocks, then it kind of desync a bit, so it's going to be short bounce. Trying to get a high bounce off of that, but the timing is off. Wonder why it's too far off. And yeah, optics, thanks for coming by. You press right on it, you hop into the air and can't jump into the air. Yeah, I can see that because of the way that the fuzzy repositions. And the boot just kind of slides off. Whoops. Insta jump. Managed to get it previously. And there was a bit of a bounce on it. I see what's going on. Yeah, you have to kind of land on it first and then you're riding. Hang on. I just don't have the timing down yet. I think I know what I'm doing wrong here though. Yeah, because you kind of need to land on it first. And you can't be in mid-bounce. If because of the hop that you get when you have a directional button down while in the boot. So you need to not hop, basically. And then we don't want to do it with that much lag time, but it is one of the issues here. Whoops. A little behind here. We're way behind because we need both bloopers available to get up to the next vine after that, I'm pretty sure. I assume the pink coins are required. Just looking at the design of this. Oops. Oops. Yeah, we don't need to jump that. We can just jump over him. A little bit rough. Yeah, because we didn't just clip that piranha on our way over it anyway. Yeah, we're taking too long with that. Relative to the auto scroll. There we go. And up to the coin. If we grab the coin, then we should have enough room to drop on a blooper and then across to the other blooper on the right. Because the blooper should be on either side of that bottom piranha when we make it across. A little behind here. Things require fairly tight time-wise, yeah. Whoops. Yeah, we'll see. This first boot grab is definitely throwing me off a little bit, even if we try not to hold right so much. But yeah, we're stalling too much on the first piranha here when we really don't need to do that. Whoops. A little bit light on that jump. Yeah. Still a little bit behind, but you can see that you're supposed to go up to the vine and grab the next boot. That. Oops. Hang on. We can definitely improve our timing just on the first boot grab by quite a lot. Nope. Yeah, now that I'm kind of trying not to bounce off the side of this guy, we're taking a little too long to get the boot in order. Nope. A bit early. That threw me off a bit. Still too slow. Yeah, this will take a little bit of work, but it's alright. Yeah, we've got a lot of very inefficient spacing in some of this so far. A lot of reactive play that's giving me too much airtime. Nope, hitting the pipe and dropping down immediately is not good. We basically need to avoid that on drop. Yeah, I'm in a situation where I'm never quite sure how that first boot grab is going to go, and we react a bit differently every time, which again is not very efficient. Still a little bit too slow there, as we can see from the position of the right blooper. Just cut some corners vertically here. Again, just slamming into the pipe. Yeah, a short bounce on that first plant, in fact, that seemed to work pretty well. Where you just short bounce it and then get immediately up to Divine. That seemed to gain a great deal of time here. A great deal of time, in fact. And that's going to be throwing the shell so we have a landing point on the right side. Yeah, that's a lot better, in fact. That's basically what the coin is telling me, I think. Nope, again, slamming into the pipe. But the first segment feels a lot better now. As long as we get to jump onto the piranha in the first place. It's a big improvement in timing. We just need to make sure we execute everything else after it correctly. No, we need to throw right away, obviously. Throw and then get the second bounce and get on top of the shell. And then after the boot, is it bounce back on the piranha? I'm not sure. No, I think you just landed a coin next to it, perhaps. Nope, again, slamming into the pipe. It's a bigger risk than it looks. Nope, going a bit low. Probably get it away with jumping on that piranha plant, yeah. Oh, do you mean jumping on this first guy here? Also, if we had timed this correctly, we might have been able to salvage that somewhat, but... You notice a lot while building, let's see. Yeah, lost a bit of forward momentum there as we were repositioning, but that was almost correct. Oh. That tells me I'm a little bit slow, actually, given the blooper positioning there. Nope. There's a bit of a weird overshot there, but it seemed like we were improving somewhat on the timing relative to the auto-scroll, at least so far. It could afford to be a shorter bounce. Yeah, and then we end up on a coin, and then we go for the boot by the muncher right away, and we'll have to see what happens after that. But that's still probably the best attempt so far. Yeah, that could be a shorter bounce, but we'll fix that eventually. Steadily improving. It's been pretty satisfying so far. Nope, still too much fumbling around after grabbing the high boot. That can stand to be improved quite a bit. Oh, missed a coin over there. Coin 3. Yeah, I didn't really read any of that very carefully because we were just reacting to new content at that point, so. But it seems like you do need to probably jump off the boot and get a pretty high arc up to coin 3 and then proceed from there. Oh, progress. Actually a little too fast for that blooper this time. Be faster and it'll make sense, yeah. Yeah, because the Muncher was totally bunched up against that left pipe by the time we got to the boot. Whoops. I could tell I was losing a bit of time by that point. Yeah, too fast. Imagine that, right? How could that possibly happen? No, I probably could have curved down to the blooper a lot better than I did. Nope, came in a bit short. Nope. Trying to avoid that pipe on the way down. Does have consequences. Speaking of which. Well, we are progressing somewhat. Still early on yet for a 30-second level, so lots to go, and we were only on coin 2. Nope. Still on pace despite missing that jump. I think. Yeah, we could afford to have a shorter bounce there so we can get to the boot faster. We don't need that high jump. At that point. Less bouncing up top, and then we also missed. So, a couple of improvements to be made in that specific location. I was trying to shorten that jump a bit, but positioning was off. Yeah, once we get to the boot over the Muncher, then we'll basically need to read some things over again a little bit. Whoops. Nope, came in low. Just need to improve the exit timing on that. Well, this one's been a lot of fun so far. We're learning it bit by bit, even though there are some repeated trouble spots. Of course, we'll need to read what's going on around coin 3, but try to be a little bit more consistent in the early segment first, particularly on this jump here. Okay, too close to the piranha. I actually did keep my head down a little better this time. We just overshot a little too far to the right. Now, I don't tend to watch clear videos when I'm actually on the stream. I do like figuring it out. And I think it's a course that's well signaled enough that I can figure it out. In fact, in many cases in platforming, I get more out of the route finding part of the experience than the actual execution, and so... yeah, if you come over here... I feel like I need to be a lot faster, and that would allow me to even potentially re-grab the boot after the pink coin, because you would need to keep the boot in order to do the high jump up to next coin after that, right, if I'm not mistaken. But I'm landing onto Red Spiny much too far on the left. That to happen currently. Because if it remains available as a platform, then should be able to reuse the boot. Unless I'm just supposed to fall down to the blooper. Well, we'll see. We haven't had time to read that properly yet, so... There's a lot of forward motion just the whole way, which makes me doubt that will happen. But yeah, because if you just drop the boot, then you land on top of the big blooper. We'll see what happens. But I can tell I'm a bit behind there, and behind here too, on this attempt. Oh, that's okay. Well, we just need to get back to where we were cleanly enough to see it properly and practice it. Oh, came in a bit low off that bounce. I feel like we're doing too many jumps so that we can go directly from the vine to the boot. Save a little bit of time. Nah, maybe not. The ceiling is in the way. This has actually been working okay so far. Apart from occasionally running into pipes and getting dunked. Oops. Okay, it's starting to slip a little bit. We were consistent for a while, and then... A lot of it is muscle memory when it comes to timing segments like that. Now, we need a cleaner drop there without running into the pipe, so we have enough room to curve down to the blooper as soon as possible. Already a bit behind. Oops. Bad positioning there. Oops, no, it's not right. Yeah, we're actually jumping too late now. I lost my original intended position. Just need to stop hopping right off like we were doing much earlier. Nope. you jump somewhat rhythmically, you can get past a lot of this early. But see. Yeah, no, it looks like up to the vine and back to the left and then back to the vine. Too late here, I think. I gained some lost time. Yeah, definitely behind because the Muncher was dropping off already. But yeah, big blooper to the vine. To the coin on the left. To the small blooper back on the vine. That's what I think it is. It seems to line up properly to do that. Of course, I don't know what's next after that, but well, let's see if we can do that wraparound. Because that's how I'm reading the curve track currently. And as long as the Muncher hasn't dropped off there, if the boot is in position, I think we're somewhat on pace. Whoops. That's okay. We missed a coin, but I'm going to scout ahead anyway because I want to see it. It's important to learn it. Nope. Lost it. It's actually... yeah. One. It's 2 and 3, right? I'm not mistaken. Nope. Shaving that jump a little too much. And the Muncher was about to drop off anyway, so we were behind pace. A wise decision to close the queue after this one today, just to make sure we've got plenty of room to work on it. Without feeling too much time pressure. But yeah, I can tell from the tightness of the world record that there's a specific expected time to get to the goal here. Gold card. Not a lot of flexibility in terms of positioning of the available platforms. Whoops. Still enough room that I can do a bit of mistake recovery from time to time as we're still early. Learning process. Too much of a bounce off that guy. Same mistake as early on where we saw too much momentum without hitting the jump. Need to find the right frame while you're on top of the spike top. Oh, miss. That the world record is barely under 30 is not a coincidence. Yeah, I know that. We've seen enough tight timer levels to understand that's the case. Nope, we should go back and then back over, and then if we do it cleanly enough, we have enough time to grab the Goomba shoe off of the small Muncher after that. I think the wraparound is correct. We're just getting there a bit too slowly to execute it. Oh, you're saying it is a coincidence, okay. Alright, fine, then I take that back. I mean, I guess you have the 300 timer on this anyway. Not that it's going to make a difference because, again, auto-scroll, right? You only have so much flexibility. Any completion time is going to be within a fairly narrow band. It's okay, we'll just work on it for a while. Hopefully make some headway. A lot of little things that can go wrong. Nope. Again. Too much bounce off that guy. We are mostly concerned about the horizontal position there, so we can make sure we get on the big blooper in time to do the loop. I think I am probably reading that correctly, but you can also see at this point just how far behind in time I am, just given the blooper position by the time we get there. Falling behind a bit here too. Nope. We were actually doing reasonably well that time if you look at the position of the Goomba shoe after the pipe, but fortunately just a few problems with momentum at the end there as we ran into that piranha. This guy here. You know, I wonder if it's necessary to get onto Spike Top, because if you just jump clear over it, maybe you can still reach. Maybe not. I feel like it's probably tuned precisely enough to prevent that, but because you probably come in too low under the coin column if you skip the Spike Top completely. Too much airtime at some of those jumps near the end there, so. Whoops. No. Kind of a bad curve down to that blooper. I still think it should be to the blooper into the vine, but I think that the blooper is too far left at that point, and so it tells me I'm still a little bit slow. Because we need to have a pretty nice low angle towards the big blooper to make that work. Way that I've envisioned. Slow here. Too slow here, hence the bonk. Whoops. But I think I am reading the intended pattern correctly. I can see how it's supposed to line up if I'm getting there just a touch sooner. Well, once we clean up this early stuff a bit and improve some of the timing at a consistent level, maybe we'll actually get to work on the jump that is giving me trouble. Oh, nope. little thrown off there by a bounce not going quite the way I wanted. Am I an English major? I actually do have 1 degree in English, yes. It was one of the things I did in undergrad because I did way too much. Okay, that's actually the best one we've had so far, where we got to coin 3 successfully, and then we were almost in position to get the next boot in preparation for coin 4. I think we would have had the Shakespeare reward regardless, but... Oddly enough, I'm actually really not a theater person at all, in terms of my background, so... And I have been asked about that before. Yeah, we haven't updated the stream rewards in quite a long time, actually. The channel points are not something I've really had a time to look at. In general, there's a lot about the stream that needs updating on the back end. These days, you know, I have just enough time to actually play the video games, but not really manage a lot of the other stuff that comes with the full package of being on Twitch. Sentences are more coherent than 95% of the people on this platform. Yeah, that's the... I mean, the price you pay is that the gameplay isn't going to be quite as crisp, but, you know, depends what you want to get from your video game entertainment product, I guess, I suppose. Oh, whoops. I actually got there in time, but I was feeling a little bit behind there in terms of getting back to the blooper, and so we rushed a bit and failed accordingly. Whoops. Whoops, nope, not there either. Whoops. Not exactly going for a shell jump there, that's the wrong side for that. The time and place for that kind of thing. Okay. Down we go. Nope. Starting to slip up a little bit on the D-pad. That's what happens when you grinding away for a bit. Start introducing new mistakes from time to time, and then... Okay. That felt like a bit behind given how soon the Muncher was dropping. I've done better than that before when it comes to arriving in the boots. Oop, cutting too many corners there, but even if we do miss coins, as I've been saying, we should try to continue just to see the level. So. If we do miss coins, we can still set. In fact, it might even be worthwhile to have a few runs where we deliberately miss coins too. Whoops. Seems like we could have skipped ahead slightly there. We knew what the spacing was supposed to be to get the deflection to line up. Yeah, in some cases it might even be worthwhile to skip a coin or two to gain a bit of time on the auto-scroll to properly scout out later interactions to find a pattern. But on the other hand, the more practice we get on the higher level, the better. Yeah, way too late that time. Way too late. I could tell. That's okay, we'll just crash against it until we've got it. No, we need to project ourselves forward, obviously, instead of stalling. Have to relearn a couple of the simple things. Oh, wow, that was an awful drop. Gaining that much speed is probably a good idea, it's just that we need a better drop towards the blooper if we do that. Positioning was good in that time. It's just... Sometimes we're jumping a little too high into the coins as well, and just losing a bit of time because of that. No need to overshoot if we can avoid it. Oh, whoops. Didn't mean to bounce off the munchers like that. The timing was actually decent that time, even though the drop hadn't happened yet by the time I was able to jump off. But victim of our own success over there. That's okay, it just takes practice. And if I don't clear it today, I'm quite willing to revisit it. Whether it's on a viewer level stream or an overflow catch-up stream, which we do from time to time. Because I'm enjoying the process of progressing in this enough that I do want to work on the clear. Whether I get it today is a different question, but you know, we'll try to make something happen. Yeah, no pressure to finish this now, I know, but you know, I'm still able to stay a bit longer, so we'll work on it while we're fresh. Just as long as my thumbs hold out. Yeah, but it's been a pretty satisfying one to work on so far, as I've been saying, so. Also because I love the various mechanics with Rebo's shoe in general. One of the elements of the game I'm quite attached to. Was the highlight of SMB3 for me way back when it came out, even though the shoe does work quite a bit differently in this game. Actually, such a shock to go back to SMB3 after playing a lot of Maker. I realized that you have to hijack the boot the old-fashioned way. Way too late, I could tell that because of the muncher drop, but at least we're getting there in the first place, which is important. Timing seems way better this time. Except I overshot a bit. The timing is actually the best I've had, I think. That was the soonest I've arrived there when it comes to position relative to the auto scroll. So in some ways that was the best attempt yet, even though we let them jump. In SMB3, if you jump directly on top of the Goomba with the boot, it just kills it and kills the boot. The only way to get the boot is if you hit the Goomba from below. It only appears in one level, though. It only appears in 5-3. Although the boot makes a comeback in the e-reader levels in the GBA port of SMB3, which is Super Mario Advance 4. Which I still have to play. I have it on my Wii U, and it's also on Nintendo Switch Online, but... Whoops. Just dropped off the vine when we actually had plenty of room to do it that time. We were on pace, as far as I can tell. So, suddenly getting a little bit of success again, back up to endpoint of that explored. We just need to not cut too many corners, and it jumps where we... Right. Why do I know this in so much detail? It's not really that much detail. As anybody who, you know, played SMB3 when they were younger, one of the most memorable things in the whole game is the shoe, right? Because it's this brand new crazy thing that only appears once, and it's just a legendary level. Also because I made a boot level a little while ago. Actually, the last one I uploaded was a boot level. Not really a challenging boot level, but, you know, I'm going to use the mechanic anyway. I will punch in a shoutout as soon as I'm finished with this attempt because it was focused, but let's give a big shoutout to Altia Games, which I understand you were doing a 12-hour stream over there. I did see that earlier. So, thank you so much for coming by. Party of 24. We're at the end of our queue today, but I'm staying on to try to clear this level, so we might be on for quite a while longer. And yeah, that is a Wind Waker alert. We have a few of those over here. Because I'm kind of particularly attached to Wind Waker. Very significant video game in my personal history playing, so. Also, I'm glad my sound alerts are working. Sometimes I just forget to patch them into the right channel. Whoops. Oh, I should have continued to practice this. That's okay. So yeah, this is technically the last level I'll be working on today, but, you know, since you brought the audience over, I'll stay on a bit longer to try to see it through. And I hope the stream went well over there. Blurry music. Somebody with a music background, you understand, of course, that sound mixing is a massive pain. Yeah. I'm not very well set up to monitor myself here either because, you know, obviously the stream output is always going to be a little bit behind what I need to listen to play just because of processing latency, so. Yeah, losing a little bit too much time there as we get to that blooper. I was trying to shorten some of the jumps so we could get there quickly enough, but... So yeah, I hope everyone there had a good variety show culminating with a Mario Party party. And yeah, you take care as well. I expect that you would be pretty tired by now, so thank you so much for dropping by. It's glad to see you drop by with your crew. Yeah, I didn't know originally if I would finish. I mean, I saw that you were on Altia Games if you haven't left already, and was considering sending a raid that way if I finished early enough today, but we've stayed on long enough to see things go the other way instead, which works out just fine. Whoops. Oops, didn't mean to cling onto that vine. We'll lose a bit of time over here, but we'll try to catch up. No, we're positioning there. Yeah, because you're going straight down in that column, and then you need the big blooper to be far enough to the right that you can actually have some rightward momentum heading towards it. If it's too directly below you, you just don't get the curvature you need to continue. No, again, bonking your head. Really do need to kind of curve left to right towards the blooper, and we're not getting that. My game audio died again. Okay, yeah, it's happened a little bit this stream. It had been okay recently. It hadn't been doing that to me very much, but today's been a little bit touchy. It comes and goes. But thank you for letting me know promptly so we can fix it up. Speaking of audio monitoring. Okay, so hopefully that's properly synchronized here, and we'll start this attempt fresh so we are synchronized with the level as well. Well, steadily improving in tiny increments. Oh, good. Got that. No, we needed to jump out of the boot and up towards the vine and then drop back down. I knew that, but we just slipped with the boot and I dropped it too early. That actually was the record attempt so far. Best one I've had yet. Felt pretty optimistic about it given some of our timings earlier on. That time would have been too slow given the blooper positioning. Whoops, no, that's not a shell jump. Rather, not an intentional shell jump. You know, the one time we just do it cleanly, it's wrong time and place. We'll just get back into slamming our heads into pipes. Too slow. Even missing the coin there wasn't enough to get me back on track. But hey, we had a good solid attempt that put me just shy of coin 4, so getting there. Could be doable. We just need to work at it. Nope, too low. Yeah, a bit slow there. You can tell once again from the mantra positioning. I don't know where exactly we were losing time there, but you know, these things come in increments. Even small mistakes much earlier on can have a cascading effect. Nope. Losing too much forward momentum. Yeah, we're jumping too high on that. Oddly enough, this was almost salvageable. Just a little bit too slow for the small blooper where we needed it. Yeah, we're going too low before jumping out of that boot. That's one of the issues that we're running into here. Still not managing that drop very effectively. Particularly because we don't want to run into the pipe. There are a few places where we are jumping a little too high and losing a bit of time that way. Got too many corners though. Too slow. You can tell. Sometimes. Seeing the early part of this level enough, I can sort of detect when my positioning is a bit off, especially if we accidentally cling onto the vine one too many times. Something to sort out. Nope, still a bit late. Because we should be able to make it cleanly over to the vine if we do that properly, so. Nope. Accidental cling. Coming in a bit low off the drop. Once more. Well, I guess technically we're kind of at about 60% progress at least. Successfully at coin 3. I haven't really been watching the timer to see how far along we are relative to the 30-second completion time, which won't have too much flexibility to it since this is, after all, auto scroll. Oh, whoops, didn't mean to exit. Let's go back in. I'm not done. I just overshot the button. Only 4 clears, but not that many attempts so far. We are, of course, going back in. Not done. But looking at this, yeah, the curve to coin 3 is at about the halfway point in terms of horizontal distance, and then there's a door, and with the coins being plugged in there, of course. So the last room there is just a goal room. So let's keep going. Drop this below 1% to see if we can drag it back up somehow. Seems a bit harder than the 1% to me, but it may be just a clear rate. Perturbed by the sample bias of who has played it so far. It was at 3% because a bunch of Jamp judges played it. Yeah, it's a common experience, I think, for Jamp levels that you play when they haven't had that many clears yet. I've had that situation a few times before. And we've had that with Jamp levels specifically, that I don't put too much stock in the clear rate. This early on in the level's life, it's not going to tell me anything useful. Hang on. They're slipping up a little bit, though. Let's see. Further we can take it would be nice to get back to where we've progressed and at least make an attempt on coin 4. See how we do from there. This looks promising. Oh, kind of a bad landing there. But yeah, you grab the boot, you jump off the boot towards the vine, grab the coin, jump back to the left. Land on a small blooper. I can see the pattern. I don't know what's coming after that, but I can see what I'm supposed to do up to that point. And we know from more info that coin 5 isn't far after that. But of course, the timing has to line up. Nope. Things actually look generally fine, it's just that we had a bit of a bad arc up to that coin. It threw off everything else. Game audio, yeah. Yeah, sorry it's been such an issue today. We've gone for so many streams without problems, and then today it just decides to collapse on me completely. So I'll have to troubleshoot this a little bit. It's not even the usual issue of things overheating on my computer side. It's something else today. Some other glitch that we're running into. Okay, hopefully you can hear that fine. Yeah, something is off with that today and we'll have to figure out what it is. That time, the timing actually felt great. We just missed that block. Whoops. A little too much stuttering up top. Nope. Once again, I could tell the curvature going down towards the blooper wasn't right. Again, a little too much dithering around with the boot after we get it. And try to reposition on the way back down. Tell that's where an error is coming from, about a half a second loss at least. Nope. I don't often make that mistake where we just miss a shell. I did. Together. Seemed a bit cleaner than usual. A little bit. Nope. Yeah, the piranha plants on either side of the central column really do constrict the player's landing quite a bit. Drop out of the column first and then curve towards the blooper. It's pretty specific. So rather immediate feedback as to whether you're going to be on pace. Again, timing felt great that time, shell pickup not so much. Oh, it was very spacious up to that point. That's the best timing we've had yet. And we had plenty of room to jump off that boot towards coin 4. And fortunately, just stuttered a bit on the landing on the boot itself. But the timing up to that point is exactly what it should be, I'm pretty sure. The positioning felt great. Plenty of room to get to that boot, we just of the landing. So whatever it was we did that time, that went well. Oops. A bit of a shorter, shallower jump towards the first boot does help slightly. Nope. I bounce off the second one. Pretty eager to get back to that point now that we're seeing some improvement. Again, a bit overeager to get over that piranha plant. Felt like I was starting to fall a little bit behind. Oh, whoops. Be careful with the vine cling sometimes. We really can't grab it that second time. Letting go of certain inputs is sometimes certainly sinks me. I can exit from that boot this time. Whoops. Too many errors earlier on, and yeah, that's too much of a slowdown coming out of that coin. We just gained too much height. Need to be a bit more consistent about the jump up to coin 2, I think, just to make sure we get the drop done properly. It's too slow. But maybe salvageable? No, not really. Slightly too slow that time. I could tell. Promising. Missed, but that's okay. We'll go on to learn it. Not for long. Okay, then it's going to be down on the lower blooper and then beside the piranha, and then we get a jump off that pipe towards the vines on the right. So that'll be the step after coin 4. I'll look ahead and understand it now while we have a chance to look at that screen. We'll make it over steadily. Close shave there. Hello was a little behind that time anyway, so that would not have been it, given the blooper's positioning. Getting of the coin trail before I even got there. Nope, bad fall, just ran into the pipe. We just need to fall dead center without running into either side to have the flexibility to get out of that situation. Okay, old mistakes starting to come back. Nope. A little bit too much stalling on the boot that time. Might still be able to salvage this. Nope. Yeah, just slipped off of the boot again instead of jumping with it, which again is a problem. Now it's going to be a vine cling on the right side afterward. Do a bunch of that. We'll have to see how it looks, because right now I'm not far enough to really understand what's going to go on after the vine climb to the right of coin 4. Take a few attempts to really read properly, probably. Nope, too close. Timing was alright, spacing was too close. That was an odd way to go, but... Nope. That was actually a good positioning that time, we just landed poorly. Absolutely should have made that one. Has been a problem lately when it comes to the momentum we have upon landing. Off the blooper, onto the middle pipe, onto the next pipe, and then onto the blooper that's flying over it right now. I see it now. I didn't see that last blooper previously. That's coming through the middle row. And that's the way to progress. But again, falling slightly behind in terms of time after the awkwardness of grabbing the boot before coin 4, and so that's where we're losing right now. If we do have to bail soon, I'll be pretty satisfied with our progress up to this point. And we've learned a pretty good chunk of it. That's our first time successfully getting coin 4 and getting out of there. Milestone has been reached. This feels pretty comfortable right now. And then, of course, we just slip right off. A jump does feel a bit claustrophobic just because of the run is on the ceiling, but trying to make it happen. We're getting better attempts in finally, so have a chance to learn it. Nope. Yeah, kind of need to settle in position after that muncher so we make sure we don't have an awful bounce. Feels reasonably comfortable. Didn't quite get the landing on that blooper. We still haven't successfully landed on a blooper yet. I felt like it's still a little too far to the left at that point, and therefore we're late. In order to get over to the center pipe, and then to the interactions after that, which will be to the next vine and then to the next blooper. Nope. Once again, slamming into pipes at exactly wrong time and place. It felt a little off anyway with the vine cling early on. Spending too long on it. There's always a little bit of variance that you account for. Let's react to things that are not quite in the positions that you remember. It's because of minute differences in momentum. No, giving him a bad jump off that vine. Felt like it was, once again, starting to fall behind pace a bit, so we didn't compensate very well. Nope. Get there. Just need to recognize the places where we commonly go too high or too low. Without falling accurately is a very valuable skill set. Once again with that pipe, it really does obstruct us. Often. That one as well. At least this time. Oh, we're behind. That muncher. Telling me that much. Okay, that was an unnecessary bounce. But again, given the position of the next blooper after that Goomba shoe, we're going to be in trouble anyway. Too high a jump that time, in fact. We lost too much. Even if that had succeeded. And many curvatures we'll just need to fix again and again. often it'll overshoot that, but okay. Yeah, too high a jump off of that. But we can still do something of it. First time we've landed on that successfully, but of course we didn't manage to follow it up. Just didn't have the momentum correct. Go left or right with enough distance to cover that. Technically, that's the best attempt yet. And we are starting to gain a little bit on the auto-scroll. Some minor improvements here and there. And we can do them. Yeah, we're going to be that quick about it. We need a much better falling arc down a blooper to account for where its position is going to be. Oh, we've come a long way since our struggles with the very first jump in the level. Nope. Now for the very second jump in the level. Apparently. Some things are improving slightly. Again, still haven't positioned myself well on that boot. Still a point of inconsistency whenever we do successfully manage to get back there. Much height. No. Yeah, we lost too much time just on the last few jumps there. So that blooper after coin 4 is still a sticking point. It's because we haven't had a good safe landing out of it towards the pipe. Usually just as a function of being too slow. No, we accidentally re-grabbed the vine. Otherwise the positioning there was great. We had plenty of time to get to the blooper that time. The accidental second vine cling as we dropped out of coin 4 was the thing that sank that particular attempt. As long as we're good about releasing on the D-pad after the initial vine cling, that should be a mistake that isn't too challenging to fix. We're behind on time though, this time. Let's gain a little bit on the auto-scroll if we can. working on it. After a couple of the early slip-ups, get out of our system again. Just need a good, solid run. Allows us to see 1.5 sequence at least. Oh, too long there. Tell that wasn't going to go. Try to have at least one run that gets us up to coin 4 again, and see it at that point if thumbs are in a state to continue. That was much too slow. Oh. I guess we're starting to make some rather basic errors with things like letting go of divine clings, and certainly not do if we press further. Some of the timing is feeling much better though. Improvement has been steady. Whoops. Got a second cling, threw off my timing there. Again, with divine regrabs, we really have to be a little more finessed about that. Avoiding those errors. Nope, and again with that bounce off the muncher, that's been a repeated issue as well. Repeated issue every time I grab a boot, in fact, but with a lot of the earlier jumps, at least we've baked the solution into muscle memory most of the time. Comes to the timing to not have the bounce be an issue. Well, we've been at this for well over an hour, and that's alright, that's expected. Just takes practice. Does seem like some of these attempts are slipping away, so... Okay, that wasn't terrible. Could have been better, but... Nope, once again, just not enough momentum coming out of that. I think we're gonna call it. That was the benchmark I wanted to hit. I wanted to make one more attempt in that blooper to see how that was going to go. I'm absolutely willing to come back to this one, even if it doesn't show up on viewer levels necessarily. We will try to deal into a catch-up stream of some sort if we can do a little more Mario Maker this week. But it is my intention to do it. And if you're here for it live, that would be great. If you're not here for it live, if you see my name on the clear, I will definitely have streamed it, and VOD is there. So we're not done with this yet, but we are done today. Yeah, thank you so much for that. That is actually a very gratifying level to get through so far. And I feel like we noticed a significant improvement as we went. We can kind of see at this point what is required to get up to coin 5. I can't see the exact jumps, but I can see generally what the sequence will be, not accounting for any floating objects that need to be in the right positions that we don't know about right now. But then get up to the key door. After the key door, it looks like that's pretty much the ending. So yeah, pretty happy with that. And I'm sure we'll get back for more. So thank you once again for coming by today. And that'll be it for the queue. So our gratitude once more to everybody who came in with the raid from Altia Games. We'll pass on the favor to somebody else in just a moment. Likely somebody else doing Mario Maker, but I always take the time to check around just in case. And thanks so much for watching. I see the audio has died once again, but today was not great for that, and we'll just need to fix that as we go. I think I know where we are going to be sending you folks. But before I confirm that, have a great time ahead of you. And wherever we should meet again next, as always, enjoy everything you might be playing or watching, and above all, fare thee well.